still in deep water and you managed to fall asleep in a blink of an eye? It makes me wonder if I should be jealous. Fine, you can have your rest for now. I'll be waiting here. Still in deep water and you managed to fall asleep in a blink of an eye? It makes me wonder if I should be jealous. Fine, you can have your rest for now. I'll be waiting here. We're still in deep water and you managed to fall asleep in a blink of an eye? It makes me wonder if I should be jealous. Fine, you can have your rest for now. I'll be waiting here.
Hello. Yeah. So there was some issue when I was starting the stream. It was showing that like connecting to the stream, and it was showing it for like 2 minutes. Normally it goes there in like 5 seconds. Probably less than that actually. It's like instant basically. Like most of the time I'm not even able to read the text. But anyways, we're here, everything works, I hope. And we're playing Arknights. We did not play Arknights for like 2 days. That's insane. Because yesterday I played Slay the Spire and then Limbus. And 2 days ago we played Destiny. And then Far Far West. So damn, 2 days without Arknights. Well, I still played Arknights off stream, obviously. But yeah. So there's Trials for Navigator. I will probably do that at some point. Well, probably I will. I'm like almost certain that I'll do that at some point. Disclosure's gift. Ah, right, these thingies. But yeah, I won't be doing that today. We might get to that like, I don't know. Probably after I finish Master's Travels, basically. I mean, it's like in the game for, yeah, 2 more weeks. So yeah, I have time. Maybe I'll keep it for the last minute, as I always do. But yeah, basically what we're doing today is Master's Travels. And that's exciting. Yeah. That was like the first event after I started. Which was like 9 months. Oh, I remember this song. I remember the fucking music. That's crazy. Anyway, you know, yesterday we did kind of a long stream, even though it was not on my channel. We did the, I guess I can stay there to listen to the music. Not that the other ending music is bad, but yeah. But yeah, the Lewis Canto, it was pretty good. Like I feel like I like it less than like a lot of the Well, it's definitely worse than the last one. That one was really good. That might be my favorite at this point. Interval in Limbus. That was pretty good. I feel like what I said today as well, yesterday, is that it felt like basically most of everything happened at the kind of very end. The stuff that I was actually interested in. Before that, they were just like yapping. There was some like exposition. And yeah. I'm still a bit in my like fucking Limbus Company Doomer phase, but the story's still good. But yeah. And then later I just played more Destiny. I played Destiny with Lark? Lyra and Ark, that's funny. I played Destiny with Lark. We played Shadow Throne, and I played a bunch of Destiny solo in the morning, just like doing some random shit. So I really like the game. Actually, I'm like so in my Destiny phase again. But yeah, I'm also in my Arknights phase. Master's Travels. The second Summit of Nations begins. Oh! The land's enemies, the sea's strangers, all have gathered at Laterano. The centuries-old order of the Holy City shall be the salvation of all, living or not. At what price comes salvation? Only the Laterans can know. Okay, so... yeah. Was trying to see if I recognize any character. Is this Federico? I have no idea. But yeah, obviously see Lemon Exu. No idea who anyone else is in the background. Alright, this is how we play it. It's only the story. So it's a reading stream. I will take out my notes just to make sure I don't I click on the right stuff. So MTST1. Let's get to it. Fallen. That's like the boss from the Binding of Isaac. Oh, that's more like Sue. I think. I pray that the sick people of Faber Central Hospital get better. I pray that Papa, Mama, and my sister will always be safe, healthy, and happy. I pray that the Lord will always be with us. I pray that the spiritual light will always shine on Laterano. I thought the experiment was over, Lemuel. Didn't you hear? The investigators came to school today to tell us our results. They even brought fruit tarts. The 2 patients from the Faber Central Hospital were discharged today. Basically, their recovery had nothing to do with our praying the past 2 months. The investigators told us not to be sad. It was all a social experiment by the 6th Tribunal. If prayer doesn't help, why do we pray? Oh shit, we are actually in Syracuse. I was wondering, okay, this is probably just like, okay, maybe not, maybe we're not in Syracuse, these are just people who live in Syracuse. But when I saw the background, I was like, yeah, okay, this is just a tailor shop, but it's probably in Laterano. But no, we might be very much in the actual tailor shop that I know. Another report from Nova Volsini. Over the past 6 months, they have established trade with 17 nomadic cities, like the dire swine that never rests. In the process, they have sown their seeds across all Syracuse. It sounds like you approve of Nova Volsini's interactions with other cities, but do not intend to endorse their promotion of the new Urban Management Act. You were the one who told me the youth needs to be tested further, after you returned from Carnival. I suppose I recall something of that effect. News from Terni. Unusual movements in Lupucarn. The Golden Empress has been actively issuing edicts, while her counterpart has not been seen in public for a long time. A neighbor seems eager to change. Desperate, even. Not just Latvian, there are more than enough new sprouts upon this land. The matter of the famiglia should not occupy any more of Syracuse's time. You seem ready to fall asleep. It's almost time for my siesta. Do you like this fabric? I can have a suit made for you. I have just a tailor in mind. I appreciate the offer, but there's no need. Still prefer your cassock? I am a priest, Cecilia. But there is no church in this city. It's been almost 70 years since you left Laterano, hasn't it? 68. The Sancta sense of self is as persistent as our sweet tooth. But you have never thought about going back. You have no need to. The walls are still white, the people still happy. Nothing ever changes in paradise. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come with me to Siracusa. I'm not so sure. Oh? My hand's been trembling every time I grip my patron firearm. Maybe my old house in the Holy City has sprung a leak. We are relics of bygone age, Cecilia. You know how old people have hunches about certain things. Yawn. You should take a nap on the sofa. Maybe we can find another setting to talk, once the down payment for the fabric has been made. Sorry. Father, you didn't just fall asleep on your feet, did you? Father, are you alright? Alright. Okay. This is black steel, right? Yeah. What? Is that all? Tila, is the boss alright? Why do you ask? These are all documents that he reviewed. The only thing legal changed was the formatting. He shouldn't need to spend so much time with them, should he? I think Mr. Cliff is looking at that letter. The letter from the frontier? What was the name of it again? Woodrow? On it again. But there were only 4 words in it. Am well. Take care. That is it. I heard a couple things about Davistown. What are you getting at? The ship will be approaching Max DC in 12 hours' time. How long have we been planning our entry into the capital market? There's still a lot of problems to solve. Look at the people behind me. All our top ranks are waiting for the boss's orders. But at a time like this, he's all tied up with his... I don't even know what to call him. Mr. Cliff wanted to meet the certain Mr. Jackson before we set out. The vice president? Do you mean to say the boss has gotten the official nod to our cooperation with the companies in DC? Don't get too excited. No employee of Backsteel Worldwide should doubt Cliff. Anything you don't think of, he will. Anything you can't figure out, he will. He was the one who put this team together, and he was the one who spread firearms beyond the walls of Laterano. He was the one who expanded our business across the frontier and beyond Columbia. Mr. Cliff is a great leader and a remarkable sancta. I don't know, I don't really like the guy. I agree completely, but have you seen the look on his face? What could those 4 words have done to him? I mean, I guess he might be a good leader even if I don't like him. Well, no, actually, no, that doesn't make sense. I disagree with how he led the fucking company. Ladies and gentlemen. What, did the power go out? Did some stupid merc knock something over? Or did engineering cross the wrong wires? Did they not pay their electricity? Are we just gonna get, like, all the Sancta characters we know shown to us? Good news! The wildfires finally extinguished. The bad news is that half the hillsides has been burnt away. Woody, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. It's nothing. He just came back from the woods to the west, where the worst of the fires were. He braved the flames to clear a control line. He might have forgotten his age. Can't let the fire take it all. Not when things are finally looking up in these parts. I'm fine. I really am. That's good to hear. I was worried. Say, Woody, do you want to take a look at this? That stick. Some kind of important document? It's from black steel. You're not gonna open it, Woody? No, I don't think I want to. What if it's a whole stack of gold certificates? Would go a long way to filling the gap in the fires left behind. Well then, you open it. Gladly. Well, Mr. Cliff sure can write a letter. It's so long, the end is touching the ground. What's the matter, Woody? I suddenly have a headache. Is it the letter or your wounds? Oh, now we are in... I think they are... Shit, what is it? In Casdell, right? I think that's where Ezel was the last time I saw him, which was in the comic. Were you waiting long? Mr. Ezel. Happy birthday, Cecilia. Cecilia. This cake. I made it out of sweet potato. I couldn't find cream or confetti sugar, so I sprinkled some dried vegetables on top of it. I tried to find the ones that had better colors. Sorry, I did my best. Slaves don't have access to the nicest things. Galan helped out. It's lovely. Make a wish, Cecilia. Well, I can guess what you'll wish for. Don't worry, I've been asking around. We'll find your father. Yeah. But my wish today is, I want to blow out the candles with you. Huh? You've been helping me ever since I lost my mama. Even quitting your job at the Notarial Hall. And coming with me all the way to Casdell. You've been by my side for so long. I know you're in a lot of danger here. Where my papa was born, it was you who taught me to give up hope, not to give up hope. That's why I want you to do this with me, the last thing at my birthday party. Cecilia. Okay. Ezel feels the warmth of Cecilia's hand in his own. He sees the birthday cake made from sweet potatoes, and the girl with eyes full of excitement, and the big smile on her face. Before the flickering candlelight, both of them bow their heads and begin to pray. May the order of Laterano shine upon us. Show us the path of life. That we may ever live in joy. East of La Unidad, Laterano, Holy City of White. Who do we get? Oh, I remember you. You're the 5-star from this event. Or from, yeah. Yeah, from this event, actually, yeah. Is that you, Aurela? Such noise. We're due for him in 10 minutes. The children are practicing. I'm talking about you, Nueda. Is it done? Put it in the backyard. You can breathe easy now. Aurela looks really cool, by the way. Shouldn't you wash the blood first? The children could come at any time. But are you afraid they might see me? Afraid that they might hear their beloved sister Noda talk of killing people with that terrifying piece of metal? Don't talk like that. We wouldn't be here if not for you. Because you took up the gun, I'm able to teach them hymns and tuck them into bed. Was it Singa's soldier or true Bolivarians guerrillas this time? Does it make a difference? A bunch of stinking parasitos who only know how to take from others. Never imagined there were shitholes like this when I lived in Laterano. I know, these sort of things don't happen where you come from, in Laterano. Your weapon, your dress, your habits. You still carry yourself as a Lateran. Lateran? Bah. Honestly, I still don't know why you follow the Lateran fate. I grew up in Bolivar, with no one to rely on. All I've ever known are these parasitos. I wanted to believe there was more to the land than ruined houses and barren fields. More than just war, death, and taxes. I wanted to believe there was a place full of food, flowers, and hope. And he wanted those chicos to believe it too. One person's faith is no faith at all. We all need to look out for each other like you and I do. I wouldn't say we're looking out for one another. Aurela, you have protected this place as the holy light protects Laterano. You have let me imagine a paradise bathed in holy light, even if you've never been there. Wishes for the better. If you really do believe in the paradise bathed in holy light, it's definitely not Laterano you're looking for. Look elsewhere. We're about to abandon this abbey after all. Tell me to go in, sister. The children are waiting for you to lead the last verse. Aurela, I keep calling her Aurelia instead of Aurela. Yes? Why did you leave Laterano? Because I sinned. That's why, idiota. Nueda pushed the chapel door open. Pretty hard. East of La Unidad. Laterano, holy city of white. There the earth hides no bombs. There the fields share wheat most bright. Abode of our Lord, for a parental font of parental love. He hears our prayers. He grants our wishes. All shall bask in his love. Even the legalless, even the armless, legless. This might be our last Vespers. For years, we have tried to keep a low profile in this lawless land to avoid the attention of the Singas, nobles, and the thugs who call themselves guerrillas. But they followed the trail of some escaped convicts and found our abbey. They are now looking at our farms and virgin beasts. Aurela has scouted the area. Tonight, she will lead us through a nearby canyon, and we will leave this place. We might go north into the plains, or south into the jungles. It will be a long trip, but we have been blessed with a good harvest. We will have enough food. Sister, don't worry, Hugo. Trust Aurela, trust me, trust yourself and those around you, and trust Laterano. Keep her voice steady. You remember the last verse, don't you? East of La Unidad. Laterano, holy city of white. The guns there shoot fireworks. The targets are all apples. Through the chapel windows, Nueda watches the sunset. The halos of the Sanctas in the procession continue to illuminate the room. All the choir sings. Choir? She has sung these hymns countless times. It is said that they were first written down by the saints on their long and difficult journeys and passed down through the centuries, translated and arranged by Bolivian scholars. Laterano will protect them through briar and bramble, through the long, cold night. What the? Perhaps the sun left too soon and forgot to leave some light. The halos and wings of the Sanctas in the church suddenly shatter. And their light is extinguished. I have flashbacks at this music, but it's a really good one. The song that plays right here. Nueda is stunned. Her esoteric knowledge is vast. Thanks to the legacy of the Kukulkan, but not a single word. Oh shit, right. She has like the fucking tail and wings. Right, okay. But not a single word of symbol explains the scene before her eyes. She's so stunned that she forgets to stop singing, murmuring the hymns by sheer instinct. Trembling voices echo through the chapel. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He punishes evil and drives out injustice. All shall bask in his love, whether they have scars or stones. When we pray sincere, he gives us bread. When we seek salvation, he sets us free. Okay, so I remember that at the end of episode 15, right? Which we finished like 3 days ago. There was that guy whose name I don't remember, but who is like an asshole that I hate. And he fell seemingly like without reason, as far as I know. I think I remember just one reason why they fell, which is by like shooting other Sancta. But it's not just that. It's basically if you just do something the law doesn't like. I don't know. That's just like the example that I've seen in the game so far, I think. So yeah. Murder. Will you also fall? Egnir, your halo... Okay, I don't know if they are falling, by the way. I just know that the halo was flickering, I think, or something. Disappearing. Diamante. Diamine. What's going on? Calm down. We figured out what's going on. Somebody forgot to set the right parameters when testing a gun at a firing range. Accidentally overloaded the power grid. Engineering's on it and the power should come back any minute now. Although, something doesn't feel quite right. It's pitch black. Of course something doesn't feel right. That's it. Where's Mr. Cliff's halo? It should be shining like a lamp. Mr. Cliff? Woody? I'll get the doctor. Woody, no. Mr. Ezel, your halo, your wings, what? I'm fallen? Why? Was it my fault? Laterano. Okay, what the fucking intro, huh? Senora Lemuel. Saw you from across the street, but you didn't answer when I called your name. Ah, shit, she's walking. Oh, I'm sorry, I was about to... Oh, I forgot, it's your first day. Let's see, Your Eminence, Cardinal Lemuel, is that right? It is giving me goosebumps. Hey, from submitting the application to becoming Cardinal's aide to finally getting the job, all it took was 2 years, right? Hello, Egiectos, the Minecraft server is glitching out. Okay. Hope you're having a good day. Isn't that the new record for the 7th Tribunal? It took much longer than breaking the wheelchair speed shooting record. Huh? Just a joke. Well, we all look up to you. There are 200 households up and down 3 streets waiting for you to deliver the cysty milk for their morning fruit tart and post-meal desserts. Lateran Minecraft server, right, yeah. Meanwhile, how often is the Cardinal's presence really needed for diplomatic and national security business in Laterano? Who's to say which one of us is more important to the city? Fair point. Guess I should get to work. I'll leave your system milk at the door. 2 servings as usual? Yes. Where's Senora Lemuel working anyway? One day I hear it's logistics company in Langman, the next day I hear it's security for that pharma company called Rhodes Island. I miss her. It's been a long time since I last saw her. Who knows, maybe she will just show up tomorrow, and she wouldn't be happy if the fridge were empty. You got that right. Isn't this a bit of a detour if you're heading to the 7th Tribunal? Just visiting a friend I haven't seen in a long time. I see. Have a nice day, Cardinal Lemuel. Have an uneventful day. May the law be with you and me. Have a nice day. Lemon greets a few familiar faces on the way, then makes a turn at the corner into an utterly unremarkable street. The clouds cast their shadows on the pristine paths. A breeze brings the sweet aroma in the air along with it. Soon, the surroundings grow quiet as Lemon approaches her destination. Her life has undoubtedly changed, but her steps are light. She gladly welcomes these channels. Depending on, like, the, timeline, it it looks like just Sancta that were outside of Laterano are falling specifically, because all of them we have seen examples or outside of Laterano at least. Her life has undoubtedly changed, but her steps are light. She gladly welcomes these changes. Unless all of these fall now as well, they will just show it, I don't know, later. Lemon has always been that way. The Laterans have always been that way. Nice art. Have an uneventful day. May the law be with you and me. Lemon utters those words. It's pretty art. Also, this song is pretty nice. Again, I heard it, like, obviously, in the menu and also like 9 months ago, but it's a nice one. At the end of the street is a massive building that nearly touches the clouds. The streamlined structure seems dedicatedly out of place amongst the low profile of church building around it. It is no exaggeration to say that it virtually appeared out of nowhere, yet it also seems like it has always been there. It welcomes Lemon's arrival with open arms. Cool. Okay, well, as I said, what the fucking intro. Order MT1 before. MT1 before. Well, this is the Minecraft server. So what's wrong? Danger. Repeat. Danger. Danger level analyzing. Unknown. Removing restrictions. Unlocking bottom level computing area. Deductive computing power exceeds maximum. Laterano. Explosion. What? Excuse me? Let's not explode Laterano. I mean, I don't know how much I like it there, but let's not explode it anyways, even if we don't like it, right? Finally, I can catch my breath. Well, if long time no see. I don't think I've talked so much in my entire life, and I've got another lifetime's worth of talking to do tomorrow. Huh, how about we trade jobs then? I'll create a Castilian delegation. You deal with the 30 nomadic Avies scheduled to arrive tomorrow. How's that? All this running around is hard on my old bones. That will not be necessary, Reverend Patrizon. How's communication with our new Sarkas friends? That's nice. They are inviting even Sarkas delegation this year, it looks like, which I don't think was the case last year. Fine enough. Not all the Sarkas have set hatred aside. That ancient revenant with Speaker Vishadel, for example, got rather worked up at the mere sight of the matriarch. But the Speaker shut them up. He's been so magnanimous that I'm having trouble reconciling my impression with the rumors I've heard of her. The chief spokesman for the Castilian delegation is a lich by the name of Fremont. I wish you could have seen it. A 3-hour debate in which he engaged 17 cardinals from the 1st and 6th Tribunal in a well-animated exchange of opinions, encompassing everything from politics to the law, from fate to life and death. Small wonder that whole procession of cardinals was spotted around the guava juice machine afterwards. They must have been soothing their parched lips and throats. Such energy at his age. I envy the man. Long story short, Cassell accepts our proposal. The royal court will review the legacy of royal authority, and the Sarkas will unite through the mediation of Laterano. I've also spoken to the Empress's voice. The Latvian delegation will arrive at the Holy City early tomorrow morning. Now that's something you don't see every day. Remember how few answered the call of the first Summit of Nations 2 years ago? Most thought that the Lateran Declaration was little more than a piece of paper, empty posturing. Okay, so this is 2 years later. I did from the description, get that this will have a Summit of Nations. But now we know it's 2 years later, so that's a timeline, kinda. Empress Evignada declined our invitation then. This time, she's proactively asking to take part in the Summit of Nations. Even Empress Grimacht, who has long been out of public eye, came out of seclusion to join the envoy and visit Laterano. Interesting. Patrizon more like Patrizon, good one. It's a strong show of good faith from Latvian. Shall we say the second Summit of Nations has already met expectations? Exceeded them, Cardinal Velif. I don't like the designs of the Laterano armors. I don't remember the name right now, but the woman at the start with the... that was fallen, I think. That was there with the Grace Bearer, I think. What is her operator name? Codename? Operator name? Something. Also, very cool armor. Exceeded them, Cardinal Velif. Columbia, Ursus, Jan, even distant Aegir. All nations that should be here are now present. It's like a dream. Only the inevitable result of Laterano's development over the ages. The prophesied calamity draws near. The black snow on the ice field of Sami. The hole in the sky above Latvian. Even the raging tides that dash against the coast are all both portents to its inevitable arrival. In the face of calamity, everyone wants order, Lateran order. You're correct, but even after all our preparations, the sights still feel unfamiliar. If it's like that for you, imagine how it must be for everyone else. Even if one has heard of the path that Laterano has paved in response to the prophesied calamity countless times during one's enlightenment. One cannot help but hesitate when coming face to face with the ultimate end. What about yourself? It's bad form to flaunt one's age, but when you get to be my age, there's not much to hesitate about. Are you ready to retire? I can hardly bite through a cactus star these days. This summit may be the last thing I can do for Laterano. That might have more to do with your taste in food, Reverend. I would have a hard time biting through one of those cactus tarts you're talking about. We are aware that all the cactus tarts among the refreshments were made specially for you. Literally no one else in all of Laterano has any interest in them. You must be joking. The cactus tarts were a recommendation from an old friend, a true connoisseur of desserts. What was his name again? Doesn't matter. Back to the topic at hand. I remember those being mentioned at some point, but I don't know if... Who, in what context. The doubts among the people made the subsequent ceremony at the Shrine of Nursery all the more important. We must show everyone in the most forceful manner the potential of Laterano. Of course, I'll get on the handover of the 7th Tribunal immediately. When the Summit of Nations gets underway, I will head to the shrine and ensure that the ceremony is executed without a hitch. No need to rush. Never mind. Young people are all the same. They complain a lot, but I have no patience when the time for action comes. Are you reminded of your Fia? I believe she has returned, according to the mission logs. Yes, we'll have a family get-together tomorrow. Hope she likes my gift. Huh? The Shrine of Nursery. What a miracle. Lemon, Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal. Go ahead. Cardinal Lemon, your presence is required at Viaggio Vita, Pagus Stevonus, to investigate a possible bombing. Reverend Patrizon? I don't believe this was on today's schedule. You may not understand, as we were recently created. But emergency assignments take precedence over all other arrangements, regardless of organ. An emergency assignment? But where did the decision come from? Is there any documentation to reference? Whether a situation is an emergency or not is always self-evident. There is no need for additional determination. Someone of unknown identity and in possession of unregistered explosive has been seen in public multiple times without notarial oversight. This is a grave threat to the Order of Laterano. The centuries-long peace of the Holy City must not be broken by an illegal explosion during the Summit of Nations, with an eyes of all lands upon us. The suspect has been sighted on Viaggio Vita in Pagusto Venus. You are the nearest officer of the Curia. Proceed to the scene immediately. Your 8 and notarial executors will join you, ETA, approximately 10 minutes following your arrival. Understood. Lemon. What else do you need to know? Meant to congratulate you on your creation, but I guess it should wait for tomorrow's gathering. Will you be there? We all know you have only gotten busier as your retirement draws near, and you always put my duties first. I can't deny that. I've postponed meetings with old friends so many times that I can hardly remember their names, leaving me too embarrassed to meet them anymore. But I'll try to make the gathering tomorrow. Take care, Reverend. I'll head to Viaggio Vita immediately. Can you hear me? Lemon? I'm near the Shrine of Nursery, but something just came up and I need to be elsewhere. Did you say something? I couldn't make it out. Are you whispering? Why are you whispering? You're not the type to keep your voice down. No, Lemon. You misunderstand. I'm fine, but there's a situation. I need to stay hidden and keep quiet. See you at Fiameta's thing then. Sure. Take care. Phew. I'm thinking maybe Mostima. Oh, he's here. He might be whispering, but he can't fool my ears. I don't need you to guess where he is. Okay, I guess someone else. He's not behind the curtains or the pillars. This wardrobe is only half his height. There's no way he could hide in here. Is what he'd want us to think. What a dummy. It's not that he's dumb. It's that we are too smart. We found you, Senior Nurturer. Ah, this you. But what was the last time we saw you? Alright. You got me. 30 extra minutes of free time today. Yay! Let's play Halo, Senior Nurturer. I'll be the first to get in the bottle, the first one out the front, and the first one you hack. Then we'll hold hands and meet the other kids behind when they come out. Are you bothering Antoine again, children? They just want to play a little longer. It's all fine. Giselle, Romia, go make your preparations at the Hall of Enlightenment. We can start the game once I get there, okay? Don't you ever say no to the children? I guess that's why they trust you and look after you. Just a few weeks ago, they were terrified of these unfamiliar halls. It was a struggle just to give them a change of clothes. Now they feel at home, all thanks to you. I didn't do anything, except stay with them. You're very much like the matriarch, down to the humility. Just having you with them makes all the difference. Was it not your companionship that helped the mother you and the matriarch brought back through the worst? I remember the first thing the surgeon did after leaving the operating room was to check if he still had his halo. He could not understand how the mother managed to survive with her baby after her abdomen was impaled by a spear. It was a miracle. We'll call it a miracle once she's successfully given birth. Meanwhile, I will continue to care for her as best as I can. I'm beginning to understand why the matriarch holds you in such high regards. It's reassuring to know that you are in charge of the most important duty of the nativity, the delivery of the child. The Shrine of Nurture will be ready for full operation if the nativity goes well. Every child born on Terra henceforth shall have the protection and blessing of the Holy City. That will be the true miracle. Hope so. I do hope so. I must not keep you any longer. Giselle and Romia are still waiting for you. Via Jovita, Bacchus Stevanus. It's quiet. A procession of halos stretches from one end to the street to the other. Of the street to the other. No one stops, and there's no commotion. By the way, just like a small observation. Again, I'm not completely sure. What was the last time we saw Antoine? I thought he and the fucking Pope were trying to kill each other. And I actually have no idea what happened after that. I mean, I know they didn't kill each other. But yeah, he seems to be invited on Fia's thing. And Fia is the one who kind of did not really forgive him. But now he's invited to her thing. So, you know, maybe she did. Maybe she's like working on it. Don't know. A procession of halos stretches from one end of the street to the other. No one stops, and there is no commotion. Someone may step out of the procession to enter a passing confessional, or pick up an ice cream cone from a desert cart, before continuing on their soundless parade. Silence and order. This is how things have always been in Laterano, the holy city. Anyways, we'll be taking a short break before we continue. Must say again, just like the start, already, you know, pretty big. I guess it kind of makes sense. Oren was the name after what happened to him right at the end of chapter 15, but yeah, cool. We'll be right back. No, that didn't make sense. Well, be right back. But it happened. Hey, I'm back. I'm in position. Identifying suspicious personnel. No unusual activity at this time. The figure flashes by a corner in the distance. The wind blows her body open briefly, revealing a streak of bright red. Huh? Okay. Bright red. Well, like the first character that comes to mind is Exu, because she kinda has red hair. But she's not suspicious. Exu's not suspicious. Exu is very suspicious. Hey Lyra, hope you're having a good day. No, Exu's not suspicious. Do I have a red Among Us? I do actually. I did have a red Among Us, so that would be thematic. I mean, look how cute she is. Is being cute suspicious? I don't think that's suspicious at all. I think people can be cute and it being not suspicious at all. I did work out, so my brain is filled with happy chemicals. That's nice. I think having happy chemicals is cool. I'm getting happy chemicals from playing Arknights. I also play Destiny 2, so that gave me happy chemicals. Yeah, but yeah, I'm fine. I also had pizza. That's also happy. Lot of happy stuff. I also had the dessert, actually. I had a pudding as well, so that's also happy. Oh my god, I'm so happy today. Oh my god. It's incredible. And yeah. Lara, are you gonna play Destiny 2 today? Are you gonna play Destiny 2 later? Like in the evening? Are you gonna play Destiny 2? Maybe. I don't know. Like maybe you could like do a dungeon, I don't know. You know, just a thought. Just an idea. Maybe a little bit after stream. Yeah, let's go. I will also do that after stream. I did also do it before stream. But yeah. Anyways, just saying, you know, I think you realize. But spoilers. Just saying, you know, maybe I click one time now and there will be like a massive spoiler. Because honestly, what's happening right from the start on Max's Travels is kind of a huge spoiler for what happened at chapter 15. Well, okay, I guess not a huge spoiler. It's more like it's related. Kind of. I think it is. That's a theory. A game theory. But yeah. Yeah. Think yes, I know what happens at chapter 15 since it got spoiled to me when I like started the game. Okay, what is it? What did you get spoiled? Now I finished it, so you can tell me. I did finish chapter 15. Part of the reason why I want to catch up with the main story. I need to know. I need to know what's the exact thing you got spoiled. I'm thinking, like, I can't, Kelsey dies. Okay. I did not know that. Also, we are fighting PRGS. Yeah, okay, I was kinda a little bit spoiled to that one. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I now remember that I had a... It was like a very small thing that one time a person mentioned in a chat, and I didn't have like a context of it, but I was like, what? Wait, what the fuck are you... Huh? Interesting. So that happened. I didn't know what they meant though, so I... It was like a 40% spoiler. But yeah. But yeah, you said the same thing. I also said, but yeah, I will leave now. Alright, you have a good rest of your day. Have a good stream, because I'm pretty sure you're streaming later. And you know, possibly see you in the evening on Destiny, or also probably on your stream, because I often raid you, I've noticed. I do that somewhat regularly. Like, I would say I do it at the end of most of my streams, actually. I would say it is the most of them. Like, at least 51% of my streams. Appreciate it? Yeah. You're welcome. I'm such a great guy. No, I honestly, I do like having, like, consistently being able to rate someone, you know, that I know. I do think, yeah, it just works. So I appreciate it as well. I appreciate that you stream when I end my streams. It's a good timing. Anyways. Have you checked all the intersections? Yes, Your Eminence. We didn't find any suspicious individuals. We also interviewed potentially witnesses nearby, but at this time we have no concrete leads. Mushrooms might spring out on a wet pillar by themselves, but bombs don't, do they? How could they? With the exception of public officers of the Curia and the Shrine of Nurtury, anyone who is in possession of explosives is subject to surveillance by the Notarial Hall. It's been years since an unplanned gunshot last rang in Laterano. Never mind an explosion. Lemon bends down and retrieves a bomb fragment from the damaged pillar. It's pretty sophisticated. If a bomb like this was filled with standard explosives, the blast would have been damaged far more than just one pillar. Do you mean it was homemade? But why? A practical joke? The Lateran Arms Control List was compiled by the Curia's extremely experienced explosive experts. Pretty much anything that could possibly cause a good-sized explosion is on there. It would take considerable effort to assemble a bomb like this using materials not on the list. No one would do this for a whimsical practical joke. Besides, today is no ordinary occasion. The second Summit of Nations is underway. Lemon recalls the streak of red. She feels a bit of unease, and even more perplexity. Get me the files on the recent movements around via Jovitia. Correction, all of Pagus Stevanus. What is it? Files that are clearly relevant to the case at hand should have been retrieved the moment we received our orders. There you are. Let's just bend. Forgive me, Cardinal Lemon. Here are the files you requested. My name is Amos. An investigator with the 7th Tribunal. I will be serving as your aide and conclavist. Let me see what conclavist is. But I think I, kinda maybe can get it from the context. A traditionalist Catholic who rejects the mainstream papal line and participates in alternative independent conclaves to elect their own popes. Okay, I couldn't get that from the context at all then. What the hell? You're late, Amos. Patrizon said you'll be here approximately 10 minutes after I arrived at the scene. Here we are, 30 minutes later. Okay, that's quite a lot late, huh? I'm so sorry. I was preparing refreshments for the welcome ceremony. I don't think it would be so urgent. I assume you've heard about me. If the 7th Tribunal appointed you as my aide. Lemon the Silent. Tolerate no excuses. Yay, it's Federico. An insider. Want some ice cream, Federico? This one's on me. I'm not in the habit of enjoying desserts in the middle of a mission. Besides, I departed before leaving the notarial hall. So it was you who took the last cup from the lunch. How about you tell me why you rushed out of the notarial hall in such a hurry? You've been standing at this intersection for 10 minutes, but there's nothing here. I'm under no obligation to share my private affairs with colleagues. You said you were in the middle of a mission. What's that sound? Oh, you were waiting for a confessional. You have certainly accumulated your fair share of sins as an executor with the highest rate of complaints at the notarial hall, but it's still a huge surprise to see you proactively seeking confession. Here. What? I expressed the cost of the City of Gold plant depots on the field mission to Sargon, which resulted in my reimbursement being twice as much as what was actually spent on mission costs. I went out my door with a shame waiting on my heart and spotted a confessional driving by. Anyway, long story short, I got myself an annual pass. You can borrow it. You have an annual pass for a confessional? That's really funny. Arrival announcement. Automated confessional El Caro 001 is arriving at this station. Please line up to enjoy confessional services. May all who are lost find salvation. The confessional enters their view and Federico reaches out. Even a robot knows you don't have any emotional needs, Federico. Virtually every Lateran comes into contact with confessionals in the course of their everyday lives. In a way, those machines hold more diverse and comprehensive data than that stored in the notarial hall. They form natural archives, revealing abnormalities. I've arrived at a certain conclusion. One second, Federico. You don't have to share your conclusions, but could you at least explain what you're looking for? Self-reflection is part of the daily studies of the faithful. As an extension of the church, there are almost as many confessionals in the Holy City as there are desert guards. These mobile public facilities roam the streets and alleys of Laterano, ensuring that citizens' emotional relief is always immediately available. In the tiny private space, among the holy sculptures, guns, and pleasant music, penitent may spill their guts to an electronic confessor. Sins could range from the shame of consuming too much sugar to the crime of betraying one's skin or bringing harm to one's people. After rejecting Federico, the automated confessional El Caro 001 stops in an alley, opening its door to allow a mysterious guest to enter. Exu! You're let, XUCA. You are the one who told me to be careful. I made sure I didn't have a tail on my butt. And you didn't give me a stone-faced guy to You didn't give that stone-faced guy a chance to fiddle with anything. He may have observed something abnormal about me. Let's pray he doesn't catch you and tear you apart, piece by piece. What is it? You changed your clothes. Of course I did. A penguin logistics uniform is way too conspicuous for Laterano. Cool art, by the way. Or I guess pretty art. I designed this outfit myself. I've only worn it once, at my graduation. And it's you we should be talking about. Do you know how weird it is to hear your voice come out of confessional speakers? Back on topic. The experiment failed. I hate to admit it, but yes. It took so much effort to find the replacement materials. The market, the bakery, the playground, the school secret shop. I went through every single source I could think of. And I didn't even blast a pillar in two. Any material that seems halfway decent is restricted, and no one could give an answer when I asked why. It's not because of the Summit of Nations, right? Everyone in Laterano thought the beautiful sight and sound of an explosion would be any threat to the Summit of Nations. Then it's not me to point the problem. It's Laterano with the problem. As for the Summit of Nations, they just announced the final event of the whole deal. Some nativity ceremony is in that shrine. Are you telling me they built the building big enough to be seen from any corner of Laterano? Not as a desert museum, but to put on some kind of live birthing show? Huh. You have corroborated the anomaly of your home with your own eyes, as you had hoped. As you can see, this is not the Laterano you know. It's not like I could just trust you blindly. You're just an electronic confessional after all. But now, I believe you. There's something really wrong with Laterano. And the worst part is, nobody thinks anything is wrong at all. The shrine and the ceremony, if all of the anomalies are centered around the two of them, then it's on us to bomb them, isn't it? If I figured out how to blow up a shrine that big using only common household items, shouldn't every university in Laterano give me a Lifetime Achievement Award? As long as you reawaken their love of explosions. Can you believe it? The Laterans need someone to remind them that they love explosions. Sounds like a nightmare, doesn't it? Shouldn't take more than an afternoon at the firearms workshop to do the job. Oh yeah, the firearms workshop. The workshops may be closed, but the people are still around. One moment, XUCA. I know what you're gonna say. It's too dangerous. Firearm workshop is the first place they would look if anything happened, right? Don't worry, I'll be careful. You do the same. And don't get yourself taken apart. That's my job once this is all over and done with. Anyway, welcome to Laterano. Okay, interesting. So X is here on a fucking mission to reawaken Lab of Explosions. And her accomplice is a fucking confessional. No, okay, specifically, she said something about it being weird to hear their voice from the confessional. So I assume it's someone else just like who's wired to the confessional with like a phone or something. I don't know. My investigation is now concluded. Thank you all for your contributions. We can go back to the 7th Tribunal once we have signed off on the paperwork. If the refreshments at the welcome ceremony haven't gone stale yet, may I count on your assistance in eliminating them with extreme prejudice? I would like you to accompany me to see the Arknights, Amos. Is that a problem? But if by Arknights you mean Revert Patrizon, I'll ask Joshua to accompany you. Explain. There was an incident a decade ago where nomadic Abby was escorting prisoners back to Laterano. Terrible fight broke out between a Arknight and her cohort. By the time the Curia sent someone, much blood had been spilled, and the Arknight had fallen. She was exiled from Laterano and has not been heard from since. I've heard of the case. The Arknight was my wife. It was Reverend Patricion who led the cleanup task force and exiled her. I see. Might that be the person we've seen at the start? You have been with the 7th Tribunal far longer than I have, Conclavist Amos. I don't need to remind you of our duty, and the duty of the Arknight. No, you misunderstand. My wife was entirely at fault. Any Sancta who raises their patron firearm against one of their own must be judged by the law and expelled from paradise. I am in no position to criticize Reverend Arknight Patricion. However, I can't bring myself to see him like this either. Is this how you have handled any previous dealings with the Arknights? Yes. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Give me 5 minutes. I'll try to collect myself. Maybe I can go with you. I don't mean to reprimand you. I just think this is a part of what we do at the 7th Tribunal. We spend our time seeing people we don't want to see, and not seeing the people we want to see. Or worse, seeing the people we want to see in the worst ways possible. I hated handing down instructions to Mostima and the others. But I said you volunteered to join the 7th Tribunal. Because there's a lot I can do here. The same goes for you, Amos. Thank you, but I don't really have aspirations. It was like that when my wife was around, and even more so after she left. There's a lot of the 7th Tribunal that needs doing. For example, there are still several firearm workshops that need attention. It's our first priority right now. The seizure of the firearms workshop must proceed without a hitch in order to prevent any more explosions. I'll leave it to you. Be quick, won't you? We've seen you at some point, unless this is just like a nun or a sprite. Are you tired? You have gone through 6 rows of wheat with your sickle since dawn. Perhaps you should take a break by the haystack. Arturia. Hey, Arturia. She's a saint now. Isn't that crazy? I'm not so frail. Besides... Nothing. I just wanted to see where the fields end. I can't make out the boundary. Even my music can't penetrate it. You'll have to work harder. We meet again, Sister Hildegard. I've seen Hildegard just once before. I have no recollection of anything she did. She was in Yan, but I really don't remember why. Was like invited there for something. Good afternoon, Arturia. I brought your lunch bread, some ice cream crackers, and a large mug of craft beer. Thank you. Work harder, you said? What I mean is, there's plenty for us to do. Look at the golden stalks, the undulating waves of wheat. It's another bumper harvest in Laterano. Setting aside our own food stocks, London Monastery will be able to put twice as much grain as usual into system milk, bread, and craft beer this year. It will be a good source of income. Why are you laughing? The way you talk about life makes me appreciate this prison even more, Sister Hildegard. The respect you show for this prison makes me appreciate you even more, Arturia. I'm very curious about your transgression. I heard the other nuns saying that your music is beautiful, but dangerous. I have a question. If I recall correctly, London Monastery was founded to protect the Pope and important clerics of the Lateran Church. Which makes you wonder, when this place became a prison. It is not protecting important clerics and the peace of Laterano to put certain individuals of note under observation. The significance of Lateran Monastery has never changed. Besides, the more important the monastery is to the holy city, the less likely we will fall insolvent. How did you acclimate to this place so quickly as a Liberi? What do you mean? I grew up here. I see. Oh, I almost forgot. This is what you requested yesterday. Gratias. What made you want to read the Saint's Travels all of a sudden? Atrara gazes into the distance. Behind her, the worn image of the monastery. Before her, a golden sea of wheat. The wheat fields runs to the edge of the holy city and seems to extend infinitely into the distance. The breeze following through the wheat makes nary a sound. Laterano seems to slumber. Penitence, of course. What other reason might a prisoner have? Maybe she reads it because she is a saint as well. Who knows? do before prayer. By the way, I will repeat this at the end of the stream, but just unless I forgot. This will probably, well, so far we are kind of managing to go somewhat fast, I guess. But this will probably turn out to be a pre-stream side story. Not because it's supposed to be like extra long. I didn't check how long it's supposed to be. To be fair, it's one of the longer side stories since it was like with the limited banner and shit. And I think those tend to be longer. But I don't know. But more tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have like another quite short stream. Well, I say another. Yesterday we had a short stream, but at the same time I was streaming for like 10 hours. But yeah, that because I have some plans in like afternoon. So tomorrow, I actually don't know. I'm considering, depending on how short it will be, which I'm not like sure yet. We'll have to, decide on when I'll actually come there. Which I'll ask. Well, anyways, it doesn't matter. That if it's like a really short stream, I might do like another Slay 5 stream, because I feel like if it would be like shorter than 3 hours, which it will probably be shorter than 3 hours, then start like doing more Arknights might be like, no less good. Or actually, I might use tomorrow and do IS. Not IS. What the fuck am I talking about? Well, IS as well, maybe. But Trials for Navigator. Maybe. You know what? That's kind of a good idea, I think. We'll see. We'll see. And again, I'll probably repeat it at the end. Firearms Workshop, Via Burgos, Pagus Faber. Hello? Anybody home? Sculptures of saints line the walls of the small workshop, acting as makeshift display shelves, exhibiting guns to would-be customers in impossible arrangements. But Amos does not see a single customer. No one stops at the door to the workshop except for himself. His first feeling is that the whole place seems cold and cheerless. Not even the proprietress is present. Gazing at the dim light cast upon the sculptures, his second feeling is one of eeriness. Signor Paganini? Are you in? I do know Paganini. That's the character from Stronghold Protocol, the Laterano one. The one that gives you Laterano character after you spend like some amount of money. Why would a gunsmith have such an absurd name? Amos looks around. He bumps into someone. I keep yawning. Hi. He looks around and finds himself staring into a pair of massive luminous eyes that peer straight at him from the shadows. Who are you? Barging into my place like this? Let me put my glasses on. A functionary? Sorry, I was taking a nap because there's been no business lately. I wasn't expecting an official visit. I'm Cardinal Ada Amos. I came to see what the handover of this firearms workshop is in order. And you are? I'm Paganini, the guy with the absurd name. Wait, you're a Liberi? I look like a Sancta to you. Sorry, what I meant is, I've never seen a Liberi in this line of work. After all, only Sancta use veteran firearms. Not a problem with it. That's not necessary, eat their own cooking. I can't use the weapons I make, that's all. You need my gunsmith's license? I must have been close to 1,000 patron firearms for the people of Laterano. I've made close to. If not more, maybe even yours. This is some real premium work. Well above my craftsmanship, that's for sure. No, not that it matters anymore. I'm about to close up the shop. All recent orders have been cancelled. The notarial hall can have this last batch of guns. You have already prepared. I thought I would be trouble. Thought I would give you a hard time. That's not what I meant. The register indicates that this workshop has been around for a century. As the Barry who has chosen to make patron firearms for the Sancta, must hold incredible significance to you. Save it. No one could tell the gunsmith have been becoming a dying breed these last few years. We've all been waiting for the day to come. You're asking whether I like it or not. No, of course I don't like it. Do you want to hear about the insomnia I've had lately? I can arrange a confessional for you if you wish. The 7th Tribunal will cover the cost. If anyone here needs a confession, it's you. This old man's set to retire, but my apprentice, Vanini, she hasn't even had the chance to make her own patron firearm. All the firearms workshops are gone. You'll be responsible for her future. Of course, closing the firearms workshop is part of the process to make the firearms manufacturing more standardized and efficient. Gunsmiths like you and your apprentice remain valuable talent. I will pass this to the 6th Tribunal, which is responsible for civil matters. Your apprentice, Vanini, should receive recommendation to the Shrine of Gunsmithing in Pagus Michaelion, which is almost complete. Shrine of Gunsmithing? Huh? How they are that confident when they actually start smithing guns? I have faith in Lateranos. Yeah, I've heard of it too many times. If you have no objections, I would like to ask you to sign these papers. Effective immediately, this workshop will cease operation, with the notarial hall holding follow-up matters. Handling follow-up matters. Pleasant day to you, Signor. Yourself out. Oh. Utexu. Agus Faber, Via Burgos. How familiar. This is the place. Ah, we are. This is where Grace Better was, right? Whatever her name is. Has the connection been established? I think so. We've been waiting for 2 days in the outskirts. I want to go out and get some fresh air. These Laterans invited us into this mobile abbey while we were wandering in the wilderness. Then made us wait for like this once we get to Laterano. Okay, no, this was possibly different place, just like same background art. I apologize for keeping you waiting. 12 other nomadic abbeys have reached Laterano in addition to the busy schedule of the Summit of Nations. We beg your understanding. The notarial hall has prepared temporary accommodations in Pagus Ambrosius. Once you're settled down, The 6th Tribunal will help you with your registration and social welfare. Sister? Do you mean that outsiders like us will get to stay in Laterano? From the 2nd Summit of Nations, Laterano's door will be open to all races. You shall find a home in the city. Hey, Extra, are you alright? I'll find a doctor. No. You can't let the Sancta find out. Not yet. Please, let me through. Don't worry about it, sister. We can take care of this. You're busy, aren't you? Are you pregnant, Sarkas? Your people didn't stop the Sarkas from entering the Abbey. You're gonna make it a problem now? You want me to go? I'll go. I don't need help from the Sancta. You won't lay a hand on me or my baby. You misunderstand. It's just we have no directive for accommodating pregnant mothers into Abbey standard operating procedures, and our sister Angie is not sure what to do. Allow me to bring her to the Shrine of Nurtury, Sister Angie. The Shrine of Nurtury is not yet ongoing to the public. This is against regulations. Besides, what are you doing here? Our Lord has guided me to where I should be. We must have some flexibility. The Shrine of Nursery cannot ignore an ailing mother. Yes, Matriarch. I'm Kept, Matriarch of the Shrine of Nursery. Simply put, I'm its caretaker. The woman with golden hair turns slowly towards the Sarkas. Her voice is soft yet crystal clear, seemingly carefully probing. The Sarkas sees the 2 black horns on the woman's head, then turns her gaze to the woman's eyes and sees an empty void underneath the intricate patterns of the eye patch. Well, it's certainly an interesting design, yeah. What are you, Sarkas? Sancta? Blind too? Sarkas, Sancta, we have no need for these words of distinction. You and I, we are alike. Like you, I'm nurturing lives that I treasure. My lack of sight does not prevent me from perceiving you and the new life you carry, the anxiety and joy that it brings you. We Sarkas don't talk this way. You're Sancta, a strange Sancta with children. Do you raise your children in that shrine of something? What kind of place is it? The Shrine of Nursery, where new life is born and nurtured. You and I stand in its shadow. A shrine for giving birth? Birth is sacred. Each new birth is continuation of the Laterano faith. Only in this way may we shape the future. I don't understand. Long have you wandered the wilderness. You have not enjoyed the care that a mother should. You are weak, and so is your child. Are you sure you want to leave the holy city that is so near and return to the wilderness at a time like this? Your name is Extra, madame? You don't like it? We understand the difficulties facing the Sarkas. Many Sarkas mothers name their children Extra, seeing them as nothing more than a little extra in their lives. This name's got nothing to do with my mom. I took it myself after I got pregnant. Who's to say who's the extra? Ah. You got a problem? You treasure your bonds with your child. You are proud of having this little extra in your life. You want everyone to know. This is wonderful, noble sentiment, madame. It should not be tainted by racism or hatred. I know what you fear. All people have in this abbey, Sancta, Feline, Curanta, Lupo, and Vulpo, alike bear witness. The Summit of Nations is underway. Countless outlanders from all nations have flocked to Laterano. Laterano would not be foolish enough to harm a pregnant mother with all this attention. Notes. Casts a glance. Okay, so far, matriarch pretty based. You have my world. Alright. Thank you for your understanding. Let us welcome the birth of a new life together in Laterano. It will bridge a gulf and bring new meaning. This birth will be a great achievement. This is why I have come. Our Lord has guided me to where I should be. Welcome to Laterano. You are needed here, all of you. Whatever it is you're after, I'm sure I can help you. I haven't said anything yet. Itetsu. Alright, Senior Sancta, what do you want? Do you need your Guardian gun fixed? Or you want some custom ammo? Go out the door and turn left. You might just find one of the last firearms workshop in Pagus Michelion that hasn't shut down yet. If you can get there before the functionaries. Signed to hand over documents from the 7th Tribunal 10 minutes ago. I'd be violating the law if I did anything with this stuff now. What if I said I wanted to make an explosion that would shake the city? Not interested. Come on, you're Master Peg, the king of gunsmiths. If anyone would want to see an explosion, it's you. Don't butter me up with a title you just made up on the spot. I know what you're afraid of, Master Peg. All I need is a little help. Lend me some equipment, some of your expert knowledge, to help me figure out what's going on in Laterano. I'm really anxious about all this. My boss always says nothing gets in the way of Penguin Logistics completing our missions, or the after party. You don't need to do anything. That way, you won't be violating the law, right? Get your Guardian gun away from my collection, Sancta. Besides, I know this gun. I made the damn thing. Recognize it, don't you? Then you also know how powerful it is. I got Dr. Paula to make a new pair of glasses for you, Magister. He admonished me to no end. He says it's your punishment to keep wearing those antiques of yours. Here, try them on. You look playable. Who is this? What's going on, Master Paganini? Definitely not from this event, though. Again, I played during this, actually, so I remember. The banner was Exu, Lemon, was limited banner, Exu's limited unit. Grace banner as a 5-star, and the free unit was Grandpa. I will be struggling with remembering his real name. Sancta Sacaparato, or something like that. Hey, if this isn't a quiet little girl, look how fluently you can gab now. What was your name again? Van Heim? Vanessa? Oh, I know. Vanini. See? We still got our teamwork. I remember now. You're Elle. You came to pick your first patron firearm. Magister Paganini never lets me bother the customers when they come to the shop. There was such a ruckus outside today, I couldn't help but peek. Magister Paganini found me out. though I don't remember much else because I was so scared he was going to yell at me. Sorry. Oh, is that why? You were afraid? Nods. Weird. I thought you looked happy. What brings you here today, Elle? Winks. Vonnie. The 7th tribunal came today. My workshop is... I'm not officially a gunsmith yet. I don't actually work for the shop. It's not against the law, strictly speaking. Can I help this customer, Magister? Okay, I love legal loopholes. Gotcha. Senior nurturer. Where did you go? Ramya said you were hiding from us. Is that true? Of course not. Then let's play Halo. Adranduin is very busy. How about you guys play with me? Your Eminence. I have some private matters to attend to. I'll be back soon. Oh, okay. When I saw the sprite, I was like, oh, that looks a lot like Veliv. And it is Veliv. No need to be nervous. I have your leave request on file. What I really should ask is, what are you doing here with the children when you're supposed to be on leave? I thought I had enough time for one round of Halo. And then? Did you think the children would let you go so easily? I'll think of something. I've heard you are completely incapable of saying no to the children. Who could have imagined that the first nurturer the matriarch nurtured, one whose diligence and piety are beyond question, was once a criminal who violated the law? I'm only attending the family gathering of a friend I've not seen in a long time, Your Eminence. I told you no need to be nervous. I'm not worried about you burning Laterano while blowing a balloon or baking a cake. I'm just curious, why is there such a stark difference between how the matriarch sees you and your profile in the Curia's records? The matriarch has never overlooked or denied my sins, Your Eminence. She simply places more importance on my understanding with her. It was before she became matriarch, our paths crossed by sheer chance. When I was taking refuge from the catastrophe, it was in an abandoned nomadic abbey. The matriarch may be blind, but her sense of hearing is impeccable. She caught the faint cry coming from the basement, in the midst of the deafening roar of Originium dashing against the distant mountains. A mother, lying in a pool of blood in the shadows of a death's door. She attempted to intimidate the matriarch and protect her own child, but all she managed was an expression of great pain. The mother you and matriarch first brought to the Holy City? Her injuries were such that even the most determined physician would have given up hope. What made you think she would live? I didn't even think she would last the night. But the matriarch had faith in a miracle, as though it was an inevitability. The matriarch wanted me to believe too, believe that the poor mother would find salvation thanks to us. And she did, at first. Without medical training, all I could do was empathize and be by her side, caring for her in what ways I could. You lingered in the stranded abbey for 3 months for the sake of a miracle? Laterano needs a miracle. Then you're much more rational than I thought, both of you. Perhaps I should see you in a different light. Certainly. If it convinces the Curia to offer greater support for the Shrine of Nurturing. So rational it's almost boring. Very long now, Nurturer Antoine. At the very last, I hope to see the nativity through without a hitch. Right. We'll take a short little break here. Good timing, since we just finished. Didn't even know that we would, but I kind of have to play it right now. Countdown just ended, so be right back. Hello, back. We're going for MT2 after. I think. If I'm writing my notes correctly. Yeah, I am. Madam Extra, you must take your nutrition. I said I don't want it. If you have specific dietary requirements, we can make efforts to accommodate them. Sarcastic expletive. You think I'm a picky eater? But yes, you have beds and food, and your leader, that matriarch, said he wouldn't do anything to me. But I just don't feel comfortable. In the wilderness, I know what can kill me, and I know what I need to do to give birth to this baby. Where to hunt, how to keep warm, how to block off the entrance to my cave. And with that, I don't have to worry about myself or my baby. But here, get out. Take the food with you. I didn't touch it. I'm sure there are people who need it more in this place. Revered Arknight, Patrician? Yes, the matriarch was looking for me. She's inside. A minute, please. The matriarch has been tending to the pregnant Sarkas woman who arrived in poor shape, but it's been an hour and she hasn't come out yet. I'm not one to speculate, but the prejudice of the past have made it difficult for many Sarkas to accept our kindness. The matriarch has no weapons on her. I worry that... I'll check on her. The Arknight Patrician has served Laterano for many decades. He has forgiven many Sarkas and slaughtered many more. He had heard the Sarkas curse in fury, cry out in pain, roar in hatred, even plead in despair. But he has never heard them pray. And yet, the pregnant Sarkas now kneels before a holy statue, her hands clasped together, stumbling over the unfamiliar words of liturgy. The matriarch stands behind her, her head bowed in prayer as well, the pair bathing in the warm glow. When the Sarkas trips over a sentence, the matriarch waits for her. All mortals desire peace and happiness, and fear hardships and sorrow. Therefore, we stand together in a prayer, regardless of race. Matriarch, the Sarkas. She has only just left behind the restless life of a wanderer. Now that she is experiencing idleness for the first time in her life, all the worries she has never had time to ponder have rushed to the surface. She simply needs to learn to comfort herself. You taught her how to pray? We have only recited a few verses together. Let's go somewhere where we won't disturb her. Why have you called me here today, matriarch? I wanted to talk with you, to ease your troubles. But it seems like words may not be so necessary now. Troubles? I am not troubled. Are you not troubled? Or do you dare not to be troubled? Everyone in Laterano knows that our ancient order was established in response to the prophesied calamity. As calamity descends, our order is stretched to its limit. Yet no one can predict what will become of Laterano one day. I cannot imagine it, but I have a faith in it will be beautiful. You have given too much for it. The granddaughter you never have time to be with the old friend whose name you have forgotten, and the other old friends you have exiled as guardian of order. To deny Laterano's future is to deny everything that you have given and sacrificed for it. It is to deny yourself. Have no fear. A sliver of that future has already revealed itself to you. If the fate of Laterano can bring comfort even to the faithless, if the Sarkas can play side by side with Sancta, then our order shall open its arms to it. There will be no barriers, no one left behind, no unwilling partings. Sounds like you're describing a dream. Are we not about to lift the veil that separated dream from reality before the eyes of all? Give me a sec. Thanks for giving me a sec. A miracle will befall this land when everyone believes that even the most fantastical dreams can become reality. The nativity must go off without a hitch, Patrician. I'll do my best, matriarch. Mostima. You're blocking the screen, Holy Debt Collector. You're the one who decided to sit that far. Not that you're missing anything if I block a few scenes. It's just 8-armed chainsaw guy. After all. And stop quoting random lines from the movie. You're not on a mission or in a briefing. You're in my house. I kind of like that name. Maybe you can use it as your code name for your next mission. Not you two, Lemon. You two sure can work together when it comes to making up bad code names. How's life as a cardinal, Lemon? Keeping busy? Busier than when I was in a wheelchair. When was it that you got out of it for good anyway? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't either. You don't really care much about me, do you? I'm so sad, and the only thing that can comfort me is if you let me feel your horns. Why don't you ask the Holy Debt Collector if the Holy Debt Collector might let you touch her ear plumage? Go ahead, I don't mind. I never thought it would be the Summit of Nations that brought us back together after all this time. It's like every Lateran out there got called back to the city. I can understand legati like Mostima getting recalled, but the old man brought me back when I was in the middle of a high-protein mission to Sargon. Say, where's your grandpa anyway? He's the one throwing the party, right? He'll be back soon. Who knows what he's up to? All he said was that since he was retiring, he wanted to make an important announcement while everyone is still here. Nice to see the kids having fun when I got home from work. Makes me feel 10 years younger. That still makes you really old, Patrician. Revealed gun night. Now, are you angry at me for being late, Fia? Had to turn the office upside down, trying to find this thing. What is the package, Reverend? Open it. Find out for yourself. Wow, a Guardian gun? Looks like it's been around for a while. Patrician, unless my eyes deceive me. The first pattern firearm I ever had. I picked it when I was 12. It stayed with me for over a decade, until I became a gun knight. Soon, it will become a true relic, when Firearm Workshop fade into the history of Laterano. Take it, Fia. What? A little token. Think of it as fulfilling my an old man's wish. As your mentor, your guardian, some of what I did was, how should I put it, regrettable. You know you weren't the only student I cared for, but I was never a licensed teacher. The other one should have walked a better path. Aurela, the Arknight who killed her cohort? That's a whole different thing. If I never walked that better path, it's not because of anything so drastic. It's because you don't have the little what's this I have over my head. I know. But I took you in precisely because you were a liberi. You never told me that. What regret are you trying to make up for this time? I didn't want to tell you. The loss of a friendship made me realize that I never truly knew a liberi. I thought I was too clumsy. I thought I could learn to get along with the liberi. But I was never very good at it. I worried about your nerves, that were constantly on edge, about your obsession over the accident, the anger that boiled within you, and how you struggled to fit in. But I never knew how to guide you. For the Sancta, empathy is the window that helps us understand each other. For you, it became a wall that kept you out. Hold it right there. Do old people always get so sentimental? Haha, you don't get it. What I'm trying to tell you is that everything is going to change after the Summit of Nations. The prohibition on patron firearms for non-Sancta will be lifted, along with other rules like it. The law acceptance of the liberi will extend far beyond just allowing you to live in the Holy City. We will truly become one people, yeah. That sounds nice. It sounds like kinda even suspicious, I would say. Like, so good that it makes me be a bit suspicious of it. Because damn, Lateran was so fucking racist. Do you think it's enough to just issue a few edicts, close to a few workshops, build a shrine, and take in some wanderers? See, that's your first reaction. It means that deep down, you want to share true understanding with Lemon, with Mostima, with us. You will understand, Fia. Then, if you're willing, you can take my place and become a true gun knight. Or go and do whatever else you want to. Things that were once open only to the Sancta. When the day comes, your friends will be there to bear witnesses. As they do now. Now, take your guardian gun for a spin. Fiametta does not fully understand what the old man said, and her two friends say nothing, but everyone present smiles at her. Fiametta raises the old patron firearm. Cool art, by the way. She has had many grenade launchers in her time, but she feels a strange sensation come over her as she touches the gun's barrel. It's a terrestrial creature touching the sea for the first time. She cannot tell if its indescribable connection among Sanctas has opened itself to her, or if it's simply a reaction to Patrizion's words. We were born different, Fia, but our paths must eventually converge. Yes. Nothing makes an old man happier than recognition from his child. Fiametta holds the gun tightly, and lines up the sights from within the door. Good timing. Fiammetta, it's been a while. Did you invite him, Lemon? Oh, okay. Pia is not who invited him, then. Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, that's... I knew he was coming, that's all. It was I who invited him. Letting go of hatred is also part of achieving true understanding. That's so annoying, suddenly. Now I'm being annoyed. No, you don't have to. You can hate a guy, it's fine. You don't need to fucking truly understand. Pull the trigger. No, okay, I wouldn't go that far, but... Is there anything I can help with, Elle? To make up for me not recognizing you? Not so fast. There's a few things about Laterano I'm really interested in. It's been a long time since I've been here. Oh? When did the Curia decide to shut down every firearm workshop in the city? It was recent. The edict was sent to all the workshops in the city on the same day. It wasn't that much of a surprise. Arms control had been around for as long as I could remember, and it was about time they turned their attention to reforming gun control after all these years. Don't you find it strange? Should I? Magister Paganini said there was nothing unusual about shops shutting down and opening up. He's been talking about closing up for years. But this is a firearms workshop. Does it make a difference? This is where all Sanctas meet their guardian guns. Have all of you forgotten the meaning of Sancta's patron firearm carries? Well, what are you doing? Cool art. Cool gun. Exusei takes out the patron firearm and puts it on the workbench. He smoothly disassembles it from the magazine to the barrel to the action of the case ejector. I'm not a terrorist or some kind of a super mercenary. I just know my guns like I know my own joints. I remember how I came into possession of each and every gun. Yes, all of them. But the one that left me the deepest impression on me was the first one. When I stepped into this little shop, along with my parents and my sister. Exusei's hands do not slow down even as she continues talking. My sister told me that every Sancta had their very own patron firearm, or guardian gun, the same as we were born with our unique halos. So picking a guardian gun is like making a friend. We place our trust in empathy, open our hearts to one another, and learn to get along. You were, what, 4 or 5 years old at the time? You were tiny, didn't have a halo, and you couldn't even talk. We didn't even notice you. By the time we knew you were there, you had your hands on the scope I had picked, feeling it with a face full of curiosity. Well, Magister Paganini said he found me in the gardens of the Ecclesia Requietum, and brought me back to this workshop. I seem to have problems with speech, and he thought I was mute at first. It took a few years for me to be able to put a few syllables together. I caused him so many headaches. I was never the kind of kid he could be proud of. I sneaked out that day without even knowing why, and I was so anxious I almost cried. Put your hands on it, Vanny, just like all times. Huh? Hesitantly, tentatively, Vanini puts her hand on it. Master Peg put my hand-picked parts together. My mind filled with thoughts when I held it in my hand. Protect my parents and sister, make new friends, have the coolest graduation ceremony in Laterano. It told me I could do all that. You felt it, didn't you? The stuff you just said wasn't what I remembered at all, Vanny. I remember that I picked my guarding gun with the little girl I didn't know. We watched the foul beast across the street, used the barrel as a talk tube. She didn't talk, but I could feel that what was in her heart when we played together. With these parts. That's why I knew she was happy when I saw her reddened eyes at the end. This is our secret. That's why I didn't say anything to my sis when she asked if I was bullying you. For me, that wasn't the day I made one friend. It was the day I made two. Exusia brandished her gun, which she has already reassembled, and smiles at the young apprentice gunsmith. Vanny has her eyes fixed on Exusia. That sense of confidence and pride that was on her face throughout the process. Okay, let's go. The moment Vanini becomes playable, I can put her in my team. Let's go. Easy. New teammate acquired. Vanini cannot tell where the confidence and pride came from. It is almost like Exusia is saying, I am Sancta, and this is a Sancta thing. What is it, Vanny? Well, I basically recreated what happened. You still don't remember anything? Shakes head. But I believe you, El. Huh? I was really sad when Magister Paganini told me this workshop would have to close. Thought it was because I've lived here for so long with him that I didn't want to leave. Give me a sec. I believe you about this link you say patron firearms bring us hell, even though it means that something has happened to the holy city that I can't comprehend. Yeah. How can I help? You've been here in the firearms workshop for so long. Surely you've got a way to help me make an explosion that will shake the city? Is she alright? Must demise with her. You know what she's like. It's not so easy for her to forgive. What about Antoine? He left. If there's anyone who has the right to be angry, it would be you, Lemon. You are the one who suffered the most. They can all be angry! They can be angry! I'm so mad! I'm angry now! I can't argue with that, Reverend. But all emotions change with time. In the 5 years that I spent in the Tacoma, Antonin served his sentence in a nomadic abbey, traveling across Terra, offering assistance to our scattered kin as his way of atoning. Finally, he decided to come back to Laterano, reintegrating as an ordinary nurturer. Laterano needs him, and he deserves a second chance. I'm glad you think that way. What was it you wanted to talk to me about? Still, Fiammetta, you know she insisted on taking firearms courses when she was in school. She was always the first to show up for class, and the last to leave the firing range. She loved guns in a way nobody could ever doubt, even though she never learned to use one. But when you gave her your gun, and that speech, that look in her eyes, couldn't tell if it was doubt or disappointment, but the one thing I know is that it wasn't pure joy. Is that right? I thought she would be happy, at least before Antonin showed up. I still don't understand how she feels after all these years. Your announcement took me by surprise, let alone Fiammetta. The prohibition of patron firearms for all non-sancta will be lifted, along with other rules like it. That part. Yet the arms control that we have been pushing for so long has only now come to its most important stage. You mean the two policies conflict? What I want to ask is, have you received any further revelations? Have greater goals been bestowed upon our arms control work? The goal has never changed. All forms of control exist so that everyone will be able to use guns more efficiently, more widely. The firearms workshop have a long history, but also plenty of flaws. Gunsmiths and customers both put way too much energy into them, trying to make each and every gun unique. Once the Shrine of Gunsmithing in Pagus Michelian starts operating for real, Laterano will be able to provide armed support to all nations and all races, when we have to. If the goal has never changed, why do the changes of the present seem so sudden, so out of place? Well, there are some weird stuff happening with your law, you know. Maybe because we are not so great at imagining the future. You're right that the matriarch has bestowed a greater revelation upon me. All will partake in the same revelation at the nativity. When the time comes, it won't be just you and Fia. Millions of people will gain insight into the future, both inside and outside Laterano. You're sharp, Lemon. And I'm sure you understand that our first priority is to make sure that the nativity goes off without a hitch. I will continue to hunt the criminal trying to blow things up at this important time. Well, I'm very much looking forward to them meeting. I think that will be fun. Leave. Now. I don't want to see your face. In the end, the gathering parted on less than pleasant terms. He had spent much time mulling over Patricion's invitation before accepting it. He was not unprepared for what might happen, but with the new dawn about to break in Laterano, he had decided to come and visit old friends, for reasons that he could not or would not put into clear words. What will become of the past once the new Laterano comes? He wanted a confirmation, nothing more. Hello? Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. The wind brings a cloud that casts a tiny shadow in a corner of the street, and Ryan frowns. He takes a few steps, then stops and waves over a confessional. Automated confessional, Confess 47, at your service. That's the playable one, I'm pretty sure. Please insert your Signa Creditorium or citizen credit card before beginning your confession. Sorry, I just remembered I have something else I need to do. It's you. Is something the matter? Were you being followed? Was that why you waved over a confessional? To check your surroundings? Do we need to call the guards? No, I guess I was just imagining things. Were you looking for me? The magic has returned to the Shrine of Nurtury. We came to take you back. Oh! Patia was her name? What's she doing? Welcome back, Cardinal Lemon. Here are the handover documents for 5 firearm workshops in Vagus Fiber. This one's owner, Paganini, has signed the papers. Good work. The notary hall can take the rest. Speaking of which, there are some exceptional circumstances with the workshop in Via Burgos. The owner, Paganini, had an apprentice who is going to take her qualification exam. The Curia will have to provide some form of compensation now that the shop has been shut down. Her name is Vanini, I think. I happened to pass by her when I left. She had fiery red hair and a bright smile on her face. A really sunny disposition. Oh, okay. Right. They did see each other and he kinda just assumes that's the... well, that's Vanini because she went to that place, I guess. Via Burgos. Sounds familiar. Look at the files at your terminal, Amos. That description does not fit Vanini. Oh, It's alright. Maybe just a passerby. You said she was a Sancta with fiery red hair? She had the hood up, but we were walking towards each other. I got a good look. Yes, that's Exu. Hell? Why? Alright. MT3 before. I was... Like, I know we kinda just started. But I was really excited for this one, and it's... Like, I just really enjoyed the Laterano storyline. And with everything that happened, you know, like, one thing, it was kinda... It's very connected to what's happening in the main story right now. Kinda, well, I think... No, it very much is. Right? And it's just... It's... And it was my first, like, fucking event when I started playing the game, even if I didn't read the story. This just feels so special to me for some reason. Like, I love all the stories. This one just that it's definitely biased, by the way. But this one just it feels special. The ends of the earth. Langman. Ah, you. Haven't seen you in fucking ages. What are you doing here, Exusier? What are you doing here? The lunch is closed. I just ended up here. Not sure how. An unintended employee's instinct, I suppose. An indenture. Have no idea what that means. Then do red. Someone bound by a legal contract or formal agreement to work for another person or entity, typically to pay off a debt to learn a specific trade. Gotcha, okay. So, I might as well clean up, so long as I'm here. Oh, I'll clean that up. I saw that they were gifts for me, so I opened them. A crystal ball? This must be a bison. Wait, Mountain Dutch Logistics has already expanded to Scarparket? What is this whole stack of coupon vouchers? The more you buy, the more you save. The more you save, the more you buy. Does Crescent want me to clean out the mail? Sarah Saracusan Tour live album. A chance encounter. Did she forget to send a couple of tickets? Carnival mask. This one's got to be from Texas. It's a little tight. Not great. This brush. The gift from the boss. Or does he want me to use it to clean his vinyls for him? Hey, Yit, what kind of hair do you think the brush is made from? Looks lupo to me. Hey, why the boss and Texas still in Nova Volsini when the carnival's already over? I got back from Sargon only to find the shop totally empty. Not a soul in sight. Texas said she was setting up Penguin Logistics operations over there. As for Emperor, he and his friends have some other matters to attend to. Matters besides recording sessions, parties, and employee training. Gotcha. Well, I guess it's all the same if I report to you. Oh? Give me a sec. I'm almost done filling it out. Filling out what? My leave request. I want to take a really long break, so I figured I should go through the formal procedures. Exusier? You know why I took the Sargonian job, right? Sargon. Mosima was assigned to the area as Legatus, wasn't she? Bingo. Mosima told me that the one who did those things to Sis and her is back in Laterano. The ones his hope would never show her his face again. She hasn't fully recovered, but she's turned the Curia. Truth or secret, the events of the past have once again brought them together. The things that I came to Langman to find out. You're going back to Laterano? Of course. Can't very well wait for my sis to come and see me. Texas, Sora, Bison, Crowsant, even the boss. All of all people are busy right now. All good things must come to an end, as they say. Never forget your roots. That's a Penguin Logistics corporate culture, isn't it? On display every day, but correct. It's a principle. Keep those gifts safe for me. Tell my friends that I'll be back once everything is taken care of. Is that your ride? What? No way. I only just decided. Excuse me. Hi guys. What's up? This just arrived at the office. Classified files from line chip? I'm exhausted. I came all this way only to get caught up in one strange thing after another. My head's spinning. Good work, but we need to move quicker. Without a second thought, the Curia is treating the explosion as a terror attack, targeting the Summit of Nations. Who would have thought that a harmless confessional would be a top-notch spy? Good work. I'll give you a pat on the speaker. Which is to say, you are the wanted fugitive now. I know. With Vani's help though, our bombs can now snap 3 pillars with one blast. There's a long way to go, but pick the right pillar and a bomb like this can topple an entire building. He is being a terrorist. That is what's happening. The shrine is bigger than any building that exists on Terra. You must familiarize yourself with its layout. I don't suppose they will let me in if I say I'm a fervent believer who wants to pay daily respects to it. The shrine is heavily guarded. Even confessionals cannot easily enter. No big deal. If there's a problem, find a solution. If there is no problem, make a problem. Never take a boring order. That's a Penguin Logistics corporate culture. Your passion and perseverance are extraordinary, but you have a hard time hiding your thoughts. You should not disturb those you know before it is time, even if it's my sister, right? That only motivates me more. I'll solve this problem, if for no other reason than to see my sis sooner. It's time to go. It's time to go, Elle. I know, Vanny. That apprentice. I've only met her a couple of times, but when it comes to this, I know I can trust her. I can already guess what you're worried about, but, well, it's hard to explain the connection between Sanctas. Anyway, no need to worry. In that case, this confession has come to a close. Have a nice day. I have like an insect flying around here. It's annoying. I do like insects, but only if they are outside my apartment. I like them there, you know. I did not invite them in. Why they're coming inside without an invitation, huh? Why do comfort bells keep ringing? It's the 2 nurseries up ahead. Strange. There should be other nurturers in charge of them. Who? My fucking chair is making... what's this sound? It's like squeaking. That's annoying. The giant milk bottles on each side of the corridor suddenly fall, knocking Antoine out cold. Situation? He's unconscious, but alive. What kind of baby would need a milk bottle this big? It's heavy enough to give a full-grown burden beast a concussion. Anyways, it's for the best. Less commotion this way. What do we do next? Do we peek inside or... This is a strange place. You carry him. The rest of you, stay on your guard. We are getting out of this bloody place the way we came in. Leader is waiting outside. We'll get this guy to answer our questions once he wakes up. Gotcha. Like a wind from nowhere, the comfort bells that hang quietly in the corridor and nursery suddenly begin ringing. It is not a sound to put babies to sleep. It's a cacophonous, unceasing, loud alarm. Then, alert cancelled. Clean up the scene. Don't let the children see it. Take Nurture and Ryan into his room. You have a cool room. Antoine, you're awake. What happened? Intruders, but the guards caught them. Looks like your hunch was right. You were being followed. They were after me? You're the chosen nurturer. They must have the nativity in their sights. Who are the intruders? Just some wayward souls. Wayward souls? What I mean is, I don't know who they are. Our siblings will pick up the investigation. You know better than anyone else how important the nativity is. Stay safe and enjoy some rest. Were you frightened? Pants anxiously. Lean against my arm. No need to fear. If it's comfort bells, you will not hear those terrible sounds here. It's the comfort bells. No hunters' whistles, no roaring of tusk beasts, no rumbling of originium tides. Moans weakly. I'm here. I'm always here. I can feel how much you want to keep living with this life within you, as do I. Soon, everyone will hope for the same. There will be no more fighting, no more conflicts. Everyone will join together in paradise. Everyone will walk together with you. Interesting. What do you mean, she just vanished without a trace? We had just cut the wheat. I had everyone take a break after lunch. She said she wanted to play her cello, and I let her. We came to this leeward ridge, not too far away. We could hear her music all this time, so I didn't think too much of it. Then, when you came to find her, she was nowhere to be seen. What is this? Some kind of paranormal activity? Paranormal activity, right at the door of the monastery. It would make a nice movie. What I mean is, no need to panic. You can still hear the music, can't you? Perhaps Arturia just went deeper into the wheat fields. Musicians can be an unpredictable lot. Take some and go up in front. I'll handle things here. Examine the other scarecrows, sister. You should find a device like this on their necks. Who are you? Executor Federico of the Notarial Hall. I came for my regular visit of the prisoner Arturia. The young executor opens his palm. There's a paper dragonfly sitting in it, flapping its wings at a regular frequency to create pleasant music. A paper dragonfly? A form of musical arts. The prisoner must have learned it in Let Canyon. She used the page from the Saint's Travels. Oh. This detail is not important. What is important is I am now certain that Arthur is no longer under observation. She has escaped. I summarized as much. Artura is an important individual, is she not? Based on the amount of resources and the Notarial Hall that the Notarial Hall has committed, and issuing a warrant to achieving her apprehension, yes. London Monastery has only recently regained its standing with the Curia and gotten out of the red. And the executor got us on the spot. There's no way we can quietly bring Arturia back now. I can hear you, sister. Anyway, I must report this to the Curia immediately. There will be no need for that, sister. The Notarial Hall will take over from here. I was the one who apprehended Arturia. I will catch her before she can do any true harm. There will be no need for London Monastery to file a report. That's not what the procedures say, is it? I see. You never intended to report this, did you? This is an awfully convenient coincidence. You came for this. You knew Arturia would escape. No comment. Arturia was just like you. It was like she had realized something and spoke in cryptic terms. If you won't let me report this, Senior, then I must join you in your pursuit of Arturia. Leighton Monastery is very important to me. I won't let it come to harm. The executor flicks deftly with his fingers, and the paper dragonfly turns back into a creased page. The music disappears, and the fields are once again quiet. What are you doing? Retaining evidence. The sound it was making would have obstructed our investigation. Your request complies with the regulations of the Executor's Handbook. I hereby approve the request to join the hunt for the fugitive. Come. You're just as strange as Arturia, only in a much different way. Yeah. I've seen it standing here like that every day, but when you get up close... How is it so crazy tall? What are these gill-like scales? Where do these bone-like passages lead? And what's with the flowing color on the wall? It's like what you throw up after you eat blueberry pudding made with sour water. I'm getting sick just looking at it. How do you know what you throw up after eating blueberry pudding made with sour soup water? Just a little practical joke that didn't go the way I intended. Not the most pleasant of memories, but it almost brings a smile, thinking back to it now. Back then, we could tell the difference between a practical joke and serious stuff, and we didn't build strange structures like this with true blue religious fervor. What even is it anyway? Some kind of massive biological organ? This place feels familiar. I must have been before, but I can't tell whether it's used to be a bakery, a chapel, or a munition market. It's like a huge shrine has always been here. It feels weird. Does your head hurt? It's not that hard to understand. Imagine your favorite patisserie, which you visit once every few days, whether it's for a party or just because your sweet tooth is aching. When you happen to pass by it today, you can't resist. But when you bite into the millefugil you brought, everything feels different. You wonder if they got the new pastries, then you look up and find the whole town differently. We have to play ads. That's why I started reading fast. Yes. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. But when you bite... Oh, right, I read that. It's pretty much just like that, right? Yeah. Wow, I couldn't put my feelings into words like that at all. But when did that millefoliage became different? No idea. It seems to have changed when I got back from Langman. I saw the shrine standing there as soon as I came out of the port. Hey, how did I miss something this big from outside the city? Shh, Elle. Over there. All patrols, form up. Guard these halls in 3 team squads. Shifts change every 3 hours. We must not allow any further intrusions into the shrine. No attacks on the nurturers. Understood. Since when did the Pontifica cohorts Lateran wear such distinctive uniforms? Wait, the scaly cape. Are these guards just for the Shrine of Nurtury? There are too many of them. Not sure how to get past. They have blocked off all the paths. What do we do? We are here. Oh, is this the palace with extras resting place? Yes, we can arrange for visits, if you so desire. Dedicated nurturers have been assigned to her. She will receive the best possible care until she gives birth. What about us? 30 nomadic abbeys with patients in the 4 figures. The Pagus Ambrosius you put us in doesn't have that many hospitals or sanatoriums. The Summit of Nations will all its attendees has stretched Laterano's medical resources to its limit. So, taking the pregnant woman already represents exceptional circumstances. However, we have come here out of trust in Laterano, and Laterano must repay that trust. The Shrine of Nurture is not scheduled to open to the public until after the Nativity. Most of the rooms are unoccupied at this time, and our nurturers have received basic medical training. The matriarch has already discussed this with the Curia. The Shrine of Nurtury will take in our friends from outside on temporary basis, until more permanent arrangement can be made. The guards will escort you to your rooms. I must remain here, as more patients are expected to arrive. The Lord's blessing be upon Laterano and upon all. See? There's a way. Don't tell me. Okay. Alright. We're going for after. Salve. Cardinal Velif, it's been a while. Not Cardinal anymore. I'm just an ordinary clerk at the Shrine of Nurtury now. Just Velif then? Anyway, it seems like your fingerprints are all over it. What do you mean? The security measures I saw on the way in from the streets, they could go toe-to-toe with the Pontifica cohorts. I have to keep my earn my keep after all. Anyway, it looks like I guessed right. What? It was indeed you who came to review our security, even though this is a job usually reserved for Notary Hall executors, or the Gun Knights and Pontifica cohorts. I'm still investigating the bombing that happened a couple of days ago. I'm not exactly an outsider. I wasn't instructed to take the bomb investigation into account when planning security. Besides, your investigation hasn't exactly turned up anything concrete, has it? Unless you mean to tell me you came because it was Anduin who was attacked? Are you going to chide me that I should be thinking of the whole Holy City as a cardinal of the Seventh Tribunal and not about my personal relationships? We know just what kind of person you are. Sharp, astute, decisive, all traits that served you well in the consistory. At the consistory. But we also know when these virtues of yours are most prominently displayed. I remember the reason why you joined the Pontifica cohort commandos, Cardinal Lemon. I read the reports. Huh, do you really? I've forgotten. You didn't really have any interest in the commandos. Just what kind... you just went to see Fiammetta, didn't you? And Anduin. Really? That I didn't know. I thought you met after you joined the commandos. We met before that. It seemed like he had come from a far away place, walking on foot. His clothes were tattered, and he himself was just as ragged. He sat on a bench in front of the chapel, still and unmoving, looking more like a statue than the actual statues in the saints on the roadside. It was the first time Ostima and I saw him. We met Fiammetta at the midnight movies. We hit it off quickly. Anduin had trouble fitting in, having grown up outside the Holy City. Fiammetta, stubborn girl that she is, was in another one of those fights with her grandpa. Ostima and I wanted to see them. They didn't know each other beforehand, and the other Sanctas probably didn't intend to isolate them. But either way, the end result was... the two of them were the only ones left behind in the rebel roulette that was the commander's intention. And so you beat up everyone else on the scene. You and Ostima filled out your application right there, becoming the last four-man squad at their initiation. You ended up being the most active and most coordinated squad on the force, until that incident. There's a lot I admire about you, Lemon, but I must remind you, as a cardinal, the Holy City must be your first, foremost, and only concern. To me, the Holy City begins with a long list of familiar names. So much for reminiscing. The Seventh Tribunal knows our duty. If you really think of yourself as an ordinary clerk, then maybe I should pay a visit to the matriarch personally. She's right up ahead, isn't she? What? Lemon spots the one she came to see. The golden-haired Sancta stands under a porch. She is praying, anxious. Her breathing is rapid, and she trembles visibly. Lemon can feel herself overwhelmed by her counterpart's raging emotions. Matriarch? I overheard your conversation with Veliv, Cardinal Lemon. Pardon my inability to converse calmly at this time. What's in there? A Sarga's mother. She spent much time in the wilderness and declined food for 2 days after she arrived. She's not in a good shape. Our nurturers are doing their best. She suffers from fear and anxiety. She doesn't not want to give in to the pain and continues her struggle to stay awake. She's praying, awake, praying that her child still will be born safely. All I can do is empathize and pray with her. You can empathize with the sarcasm? Yes, Cardinal. As you worry for my outpouring of emotion, it is as clear as the innate empathy between you and I. Empathy. A blessing that the Lord has bestowed upon me, perhaps in place of my sight, or perhaps simply because this place was built by Laterano to welcome new life. Here, our faith is strengthened and expanded. Here, there are no barriers, no limits. Putting it in that light, it is our own people who need this place the most. Sunlight shines through the strained glass, illuminating the empty and solemn hall. The massive statue stands, with its palms together, looking down on the two tiny sanctas beneath it. It is certainly a special place. I've seen plenty of statues in all sorts of poses, holding a gun and ready to shoot. But it's the first time I've seen one like this, and it takes some getting used to. Compared to the so-called Lateran statues, this line or the hills of Bolivar or the shores of Iberia, the statues seen in Laterano are the most incomprehensible, Cardinal. Paradise has shaped our fate, so peculiar that it has become somewhat distorted. The souls of the living praying for survival as they travel catastrophe and suffering. Such is the most basic phase of fate. Matriarch, blessings to you. The mother's condition has stabilized. You have given her medicine and nutrition. She's sleeping now. That is comforting to hear. She's expecting soon. Please keep a close eye on her. And do not let ourselves grow complacent. Yourselves be complacent. Whatever. Reading's difficult. Yes, Matriarch. Praise be to the Lord. I can feel the relief and joy coming from the bottom of your heart. Thank you for companionship, Cardinal. I hope empathy did not cause my anxiety to affect you. I'm not so weak. Besides, your words were inspiring, to an extent. You mentioned that you only came here later? Yes. Long had I wandered the wilderness, my companions withered in the mud. In order to find Laterano? No, at the time, I never imagined that there would be such a city upon this land. But our shared vision finally helped me locate it. Our encounter here and now was written in fate. It is a blessing to be able to serve Laterano and my kindred, after all this time, frail as I may be. I have a friend who works here. He also came from afar. In Laterano today, and Laterano tomorrow, everyone must and will find their own place and play their own roles. Only then can we hope to fend off calamity. It seems we have gotten sidetracked. If there has been an attack on the nurseries, the Seventh Tribunal is happy to work with the Shrine of Nursery in implementing security measures to ensure that the nativity goes off without a hitch. I understand your worry for your friend and your curiosity about this shrine. As I said though, We must all find our own place and play our own roles. And there I was, thinking our chat was going nicely. Looks like I've been summarily rejected, haven't I? I'm sorry for your loss. I should never brought a few wheat stalks. If only I knew this had happened. What's wheat stalks? For funerals in the London monastery, we weave a roller out of wheat stalks and place it upon the departed's coffin. That way, the soul of the departed will be comforted by the scent of bread and beer on the other side. Thank you, kind sister. My brother and I were exiled by the Grand General Chamber of Commerce because we were afflicted with oripathy and did not have the skill to participate in night sports. We came all the way to Laterano, only for this condition to worsen and take his life. But the Curia helped bury him, allowing him to die with dignity. There was even a passing Sancta who played a requiem for him. I see. Was that Sancta a female with long, straight black hair, playing a cello with an unusual shape? Yes. She played for you. Were you subject to any hallucinations or any psychological discomfort? What do you mean by discomfort? I know it made me cry. It was my brother, after all. Senior Executor, I thought we agreed that I would do the questioning. Other executors from Notarial Hall will soon be here to take these refugees to Pagus Ambrosius. We do not have much time. They are not suspected of any crime. I did not find complex interrogation techniques to be necessary. I visited Langman and Victoria when I was promoting London Monastery, and I saw many people like them. They were forced to leave home due to unfortunate circumstances. Their previous dealings with the police have made them. Executors are more or less police, right? There's no need. You guys just took an outsider with oripathy like us, even though I heard you used to kick your own infected out. So right now, I don't have anything against the Lateran government. Besides, this gentleman here looks like a decent fellow. Yeah, he's great. Is there something wrong with the black-haired Sancta you were asking about? Without permission, she left the monastery where she was under observation. We have tracked her here. She's a prisoner? I thought she was an official from your... Oh, what's that? 6th Tribunal? Why did you think that? She asked us about the Abbey after the funeral. Or whether there was any equipment in disrepair and safety hazards. Any supplies we were short on. He made it a point to ask if anyone who recently entered Laterano has disappeared, especially any pregnant woman. Doesn't sound like Autoria just happened to pass by. Interesting. Are pregnant women disappearing? How did it go? You know the answer. The Magiac's response was just like yours. Don't poke your head into other people's business. I know you have good intentions, Lemon, but you're also showing that you don't trust me. I beg your understanding. The Shrine of Nurtury has great structures that cast a shadow over Laterano, which no one's quite sure where it came to be. You revered Patrizion, and the Magiac promised that this will be the birthplace of the future. Even the suspects behind the bombings seem interested in it. How can the Seventh Tribunal responsible for intelligence and national security ignore something so prominent? Of course, I understand. Excuse me. Wonder who that was. The nursery leads the group past. Their footsteps echo through the empty hall. The people in the procession come from many different races. None of them speak, but all glance up and down at the unfamiliar space. Lemon steps aside to let them pass. What is it, Cardinal Lemon? Nothing. What I mean is, curiosity killed the feline. I guess I should expect a complaint from my predecessor if I continue to insist. Alright. Wayfinder. Why are you leaning against the wall in a weird pose? I thought I was looking at a statue. You could have heard my joints crack if you came in earlier. I should pay a visit to the artificer, see if I can get some cushioning for my waist. I'm not sure the Gunnight armorsmith take into account the special needs of the elderly. Young Gunnights need it too. It helps mitigate the recoil from our guns. The nativity is tomorrow. How are preparations for the Shrine of Nursery? The mother is in stable condition. Antoine has taken good care of her. She will give birth to a healthy, beautiful infant tomorrow. The Cadell and the Gazan delegations, the Twin Empresses and the Latvian delegation, the delegation from the Ager Institute of Development Planning, the Tianashi delegations led by Jens Envoy of ceremonial rites. Tomorrow, all the visitors to the Holy City are invited to the Shrine of Nursery to witness the birth of a new life. Why did you need me then, if everything is in order? Our newest cardinal, Lemon? He came to see the matriarch. I'm wondering, did she happen to pass by as she was investigating the bombings, drop in to take a look, and then propose to provide help to the Shrine of Nursery on a whim? At first, I thought she came because of the attack on Antoine, but then I saw the look on her face after she saw the matriarch. It's clear that she has a suspicion of the suspecting the matriarch? I thought I quelled those. Lemon possesses a keen edge that a few others have, especially when focused on a single matter. There's certainly no better fit for a cardinal of the Seventh Tribunal. At the same time, there's also no worse fit. More often than not, she relies solely on her own judgment when it comes to where she will focus her attention. Do we need to be on guard against her? You make us sound like some evil organization plotting to overthrow Laterano. Who's this to say? For some, the future that we usher in will overturn life as they know it. Our empathy, our kindred and family, even the concept of sancta itself, existing limitations, will be cast aside. This should have been the predetermined end of Laterano's path, but our path has gone in far too long. Some people take the accidents that happened in the process as the norm, and now they can't accept the predetermined end. That is correct. We should prepare early. I'll deal with Lemon. You head back to the Shrine of Nurtury and get ready for tomorrow's ceremony. May the Lord's blessing be with the city. The red-headed sancta runs through a forest of white and blue, like a tiny flame flickering in the rain. That cloud on that comfort bell is almost the size of Crosson's van, and a cradle large enough to hold 2 cargo containers. The clouds hanging upon the comfort bells seem to block out the sunlight, and the hands holding up the cradles reaching towards the clouds. In this place, every living thing appears small and insignificant. Huh? What the heck? It feels so empty and quiet, but more than half of these nurseries are occupied. Children, outsiders, even fallen angels, and nurturers are busy. Looks like they have been living here for a while. Didn't they say most of the facilities are empty and will only open to the public when the ceremony is done? That's not true at all. I have to recover the bombs. I thought I could stop the ceremony by blowing up the venue, but this place is full of people. Let's go, she doesn't want to murder people, that's good. Good thing I went through all the effort to slip past the guards. I wish the girls were here. Texas could have knocked out all the guards and dragged them outside. Or Crossant could have barged into the rooms and packed up everyone inside. Or I could get the boss to do a meet and greet opposite the ceremony to draw everybody's attention. Forget it. There's no time. I gotta get to work. I'll take these bombs apart and think of another way. It will be easier if you cut the blue wire first. What? When did you get back? L. An entirely unremarkable apartment, except for the fact that this roof offers a perfect view of the plaza in front of the Shrine of Nurtury. Is that why you chose to hide here, Arturia? Another happy reunion. And much sooner than I expected. You did not attempt to conceal your trail. The paper dragonfly was a clear clue. I saw you use such musical arts more than once in Zwillingstrom. Well, I hate to admit it, but you have learned a whole lot of my secrets, Fede. Wait, did our executor here not tell you that I'm his beloved soror, Sister Hildegard? Distant cousin. Huh? You are my distant relative, and it does not impede me from exercising oversight over you. Before I brought you back to Laterano, on the outskirts of Zwillingstrom, I warned you. I will increase my vigilance over you in order to determine the subjective motivations and possible objective consequences of your actions. And I will shoot to kill if I find anything suspicious. I remember the sunset that day. So hard-headedly, he's fun, isn't he, Sister Hildegard? So hard-headed, he's fun. You were always cooperative, Arturia. That's why London Monastery gave you a degree of leeway. You deceived us. I apologize, sister. I hope my inheritance will not be detrimental to you or to London Monastery. Why did you leave London Monastery without permission, Arturia? Look at this shrine, Fede. So vast, so full of vitality, it reaches into the clouds, surpassing even the eponymous Twin Towers in Zwillingstrume Inlet Canyon, or Zwillingstrume Inlet Canyon. Is this the grace and authority that Laterano wants to build? Look at the halo-less outsiders being guided inside. What are Laterano's plans for them? What have you found out today? Do you remember our short stay at Rhodes Island before returning to Laterano? I met a mysterious guest there, who told me that there may come a day when Laterano is no longer a warm, cozy little cottage for the Sanctas. Fede, Sister Hildegard, look at what lies before you. Do you not suspect that that day has come? What has become of the holy city that we were so proud of? What do you mean? You are ever vigilant, Fede. You must have noticed something, no? Otherwise, you would have greeted me with the barrel of your gun. Okay. So, there is something suspicious. Okay. Are those bombs? I mean, we kinda already figured it out, I guess, but They look very powerful. Sis, you're walking again? Uh-huh. Hooray! Was it you that I saw on Via Chavita, and that Amos saw outside the firearms workshop? How did you manage to make so many bombs despite the Korea's strict control of explosive materials? You're as good at this as ever. Alright, spit it out, Elle. What are you trying to do? Blow up the shrine? Stop the nativity? Or sabotage the whole Summit of Nations? Stay back, sis. Pretty art. A massive pillar cuts the light and shadow open. Lemon stops in her tracks, keeping her distance from Exucier. That's the Cardinal's cassock you're wearing, isn't it? Does it look good on me? Yeah. Totally. It's so cool. It was a little loose around the waist when I got it the day before my creation. I had to stay up all night fixing it. I wish I wasn't wearing this for our reunion. Did you come back by yourself? Or do you have friends with you? You're pumping me for information now? You're a simple girl after all. You're not in a school, and this isn't a graduation ceremony. Did you really just decide to liven things up like this on your own? Who's behind you? And why did they put you up to this? Hey, let's try this. Apple pie with mayonnaise. Had a slice. Want another? You remember? When we had a fight that wasn't going anywhere, or a secret we didn't want to share. That's our passport to set things aside. I can feel your emotions, Elle. Agitation, impatience, worry, not even knowing how to explain. But my job is to capture the culprits who are trying to sabotage the Summit of Nations. I will fire a request with the Curia to personally handle the follow-up to this case. The Sancta Sisters stand off against one another, neither making a single move, nor speaking a single word. It is Lemon who finally breaks the silence with a sigh. In that instant, Exusier flies towards her and hugs her tightly. Now that's the reaction I know from the Ellen trouble. I missed you, sis. It's been a while. Have you grown? Of course not. I was almost an adult when I left Laterano. You don't have to talk like you're my mom, sis. Is that what I sound like? Did you tie your hair yourself? It's coming loose. Let me tie it for you. Still careless as ever. Of course, I'm not as good as you at that. What are you doing here anyway? Don't tell me you knew I would show up. Just reviewing the shrine's security measures. I thought it was remarkable enough to see the matriarch praying for the pregnant Sarkaz. And then I ran into you. Matriarch, pregnant Sarkaz, praying? Could the nativity be... So you don't know what's in this shrine either? Oh, it's your turn to pop me that information? Who taught you to do that? I didn't turn bad, I promise. The people who are supporting me now, they're good influence, I promise. I'm not alone, and I'm not being used. There's a lot that's wrong here, but it's hard to explain. I need more time. I'll come home after I've done what I have to. Lemon ties one last knot with the string, then pushes up slightly, so the strand of hair on the side of her sister's head will not come loose so easily. The next instant, she finds that her arms are empty. I'll leave the disarming of the bombs to you, sis. I mean, your eminence. Lemon hears the ticking of bomb countdown in all directions. She looks in the direction where her sister disappeared, but is in no position to give chase. She never changes, does she? Well, very nice reunion. I'm like kinda completely lost on what's like happening. Which I think is like, you know, not just me, but there's something weird happening. Citizens, if you are here to view the nativity, please queue up at the security check line in the plaza. You have been dawdling here for a while. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for someone. Oh? There's a large amount of traffic going in and out of the shrine today. We ask for your cooperation and to refrain from loitering. Sorry. Us being in there all day. The plan was to blow up important structural elements in the shrine to prevent the ceremony. Whatever it's called, from being held as scheduled. She should have been out by now. Don't tell me she's been caught. But I've been here all this time, and there's been no movements inside. But Elle must have run into some kind of trouble that's holding her up. Come on, Vanny, think. What can you do? I have 2 small originum power tubes that I could turn into an improvised bomb. It won't be very powerful, but it should cause enough commotion to distract the guards and allow L to... Let's set it here. No one's paying any attention. All I need to do is set it off. Vanini's arm finds the barrel of a gun, preventing it from moving down any further. Don't let that thing go boom, girl. Stand up, slowly. Reverend Gun Knight. Those tools and all. You work at a firearms workshop? Have 10 minutes. Explain yourself, girl. What are you up to here? Or should I say, who are you trying to cover for? Let's go, L. What about Master Pag? Magister's sleeping. His vision's been getting worse, and the doctor wants him to get plenty of rest. We shouldn't wake him if we are careful. There's something I need to tell you first, Vanny. It's so weird when you talk all serious like that. Listen. If you get caught, just give up to whatever it is. Just give me up to whoever it is. Whether it's the Pontifica cohorts, the executioners, or the gun knights, don't worry about me. I came in the middle of the night, kicked your doors open, and forced you to make bombs and stand guard for me. You're an innocent little angel who doesn't know anything. Well, that's my condition for letting you come with me. Just because I'm shy doesn't mean I'm a coward. I know, and I'm glad you decided to help me. The Curia seems to be taking that ceremony very seriously. Who knows what punishment they have in store for somebody trying to bomb it. Besides, Laterano is very different from how I remember it. But... no buts, or what abouts. I can handle this on my own. Besides, Penguin Logistics Company culture says, never share the glory when you can hoard it all for yourself. Okay, will she actually do that? Shakes head. I came on my own. Okay, no, she won't. Interesting, girl. Old men like me don't get a lot of chances to talk to the youth. Unfortunately, the ceremony is about to begin. If you won't talk, I'll have to hand you over to the executors of the notarial hall. Stop right there, Patricion. Don't think I don't recognize the insectum on his face of yours just because you're hiding behind a hunk of sheet metal. Oh, my legs. Bug? What do you mean? Is something going on with the Holy City? Would you care to explain? Or do I have to guess from your meaningful glances at one another? This is not related to our investigation, sister. At this time, I've not determined that you need to know more. In any case, Arturia, you'll have to come back with us. I don't dislike you. In fact, I'm rather fond of you. But if your actions will bring harm to London Monastery, then I'll pull no punches. May I ask you something, Sister Hildegard? Huh? You love the monastery and Laterano, don't you? Or should I say, how did you establish an emotional connection to Laterano as a Liberi? Well, I've lived in London Monastery for a long time. I was brought up by the brothers and sisters there, and we worked together to make bread and beer, doing our best to keep monasteries solvent. I belong here. Of course I love this place. If you're asking why there are so many Liberi in the Holy City, you have read the Saint's Travels, haven't you? Don't tell me You only used it to make the paper dragon fly? According to the Saint's travels, the first encounter between the Liberi and Laterano began with a herd of burden beasts. Many years ago, a group of Liberi were scattered by a herd of burden beasts while seeking water in the wilderness. The animals carried grain on their backs, forming an orderly procession as they traveled into the distance. The Liberi spent great effort to hunt the burden beasts. They never imagined that these creatures of the wild could move in such orderly manner, so they followed the beasts. Then, the Liberi who saw the halo bearers in the fields singing as they guided the herd of burden beasts into the assembly of pearl-white buildings behind them. At the time, when the Liberi still lived naked in the wild, seeking water and game, those people had learned to tame wild beasts and build cities safe from catastrophe. More importantly, the Liberi found that those people had confidence and optimism that was alien to the Liberi because of their halos and empathy. From the moment of their birth, they could feel each other's feelings and understand one another. They rarely knew conflict, and they were able to overcome crises that would destroy any other race. They created the perfect order, naming it the law. I can understand that feeling. Wait. Even as the Curia cut off funding to the monastery, even as its buildings fell into disrepair, even as I fretted over the monastery's books, the Sanctas of London Monastery never seemed to fear that there might come a day when we would have to close our doors. Their confidence and optimism let them accept the presence of the Liberi nearby, learning from them and becoming part of the whole. Yes, over the ages, the Sanctas have almost completely assimilated the holy city's Liberi, other than the halo, which can never be shared. We are too special, able to take in everything, like a concerto with a clear main theme. Laterano has never been just a warm, cozy little cottage for the Sanctas Fede. After you escaped, you went searching for a missing pregnant woman from a nomadic abbey, but there have been no such recent reports of a missing person in notarial hall records. Explain yourself, Arturiat. A poor mother has gone missing in Laterano, a little incident that no one has paid any heed. But by chance, had once touched the note of her heart while playing in the wheat fields. And I discovered where she went. Do you mean? Patience, Fede. Wait and see. We have come this far. You don't need me to explain it to you. So, I'm assuming that's the woman that was apparently really injured. I was also thinking it might have been the Sarkas woman, but I feel like that wouldn't be the case. But that's weird. Like, I mean, we didn't see her yet. It's kinda I do find it kinda awkward that they are making the birth of a child like a fucking event. That's kind of weird, but you do you. If she doesn't mind, but they make it sound a little bit like she might have gotten kidnapped. Or something along those lines. Well, no, that's not... I mean, they got her there because she was injured, right? Well, that's... At least they made it sound that way. I guess I do not know what actually happened. That is very true. Is this the girl you took in? You'll have to forgive, Reverend Gunnight, that I don't have the adoption papers on me. What? If you can take him in a Liberi, why can't I take in a Sancta? She's a good girl, you know? You are the only Sancta I've ever had a real problem understanding. That mouth of yours. How long has it been since we last met, Pug? I forget. Never thought much about it. Didn't think about I would need to. Back on topic. Your apprentice just attempted to. On my orders. Why? An act of protest. Is that so hard to understand? The Curia shut down over 100 firearm workshops overnight. My livelihood for decades. The shop I counted on my retirement. I counted on for my retirement. All gone in a blink of an eye. When I heard you were throwing some party here, I thought I might force the Curia to hear the voice of this humble citizen in front of all these honored guests. I should have done it myself, but I'm old, and my legs and eyes aren't what they used to be. So I had the girl run this errand for me. I thought you had gone into a different line of work, Bag. Screw that. Why should I? When you still have the nerve to use that gun I made after you exiled Gia from Laterano. I just gave up being a dedicated supplier for you gun knights. True. And now, how exactly do you plan on dealing with this? You're caught red-handed attempting to bomb the Shrine of Nurtury and sabotage the nativity. Will you once again escort your friends out of Laterano as a gun knight sworn to protect the sanctity of paradise? One who just happens to be a Liberi as well. This has nothing to do with you being Liberi, Pug. If you have indeed violated the law, then I have no choice but to suffer another parting. And yet, I see that no harm was actually done, was there? Take your apprentice and go. Come along, Vanni. Grab onto me. I left in a hurry and forgot the new glasses. You got me. Reverend, the man's story doesn't stand up to scrutiny. I know. The appropriate course of action would be to take them for questioning and eliminate any potential risk. Oh. They look... Well, okay, the armor, obviously they have the same armor because they're Arknights. I was like, for a moment, confused if it actually changed who's talking. That won't be necessary. Besides, I don't need another fight with that old bloke. The bomb is simple, improvised. The girl obviously made it on the spot, which means that her accomplice is still inside. Reassign the extra team of gun knights and work with the patrols to ensure the shrine's security. Yes, Reverend. Strange. Is she still in the shrine's nursery? Cardinal Ade Amos. Reverend Patrizion. A long time no see. Long time indeed. What are you all worked up about? Have you seen Cardinal Lemon? There's something I wanted to check with her. She hasn't returned to the Seventh Chapel since visiting the Shrine of Nurtury. If this has something to do with the explosion, I must be kept in the loop. Yes, Reverend. I bumped into a Sancta on Via Burgos in Pagus Fiver to complete the takeover of Firearm Workshop. There was a visible reaction from the Cardinal when I mentioned this to her. I checked the appearance of the individual I encountered against the database of registered citizens. Found the match in the external personal files. Alright. Well, we'll be right back. I'll take a break. Yep, play ads. Brr. Hey. She must have been on the scene of the explosion in Pagus Stefanus. She has certain ties to the Cardinal. Oh? I wonder, is it like her sister, maybe? Maybe that? Something else, possibly? I don't have much time, sister. I must return to the Shrine of Nurtury. Let me confirm. You're not sure if the individual currently under care will die, but you want to make funeral preparations for her? Yes, she's not in good shape. I will do all that I can as her nurturer, but that will not preclude me from preparing for the worst. He seems so un-Lateran. What should a Lateran be like? Now that's a complicated question. Farewell. I hope we will not have cause to meet again. I don't believe it when they said it, but you really did come back here, Antoine. This Ecclesia Requietum, this field of irises, are they familiar to you? Do you reminisce over them? There are many Ecclesiae Requietum in Laterano. As for reminiscing, it would be inappropriate for me to do that about an Ecclesia Requietum in my present position. I forgot. You're a high and mighty nurturer now. Who are you? Was it you who followed me and attacked me in the shrine? Followed? Attacked? Who's the one who's mad here, Antoine? You or me? If you didn't want us to walk the same path as you, why did you call us pathfinders? The sinister shrine that devours. Is it a righteous path that you found, or one that has led you astray? I do not recall promising to walk the same path as anyone before I met the matriarch. As for the Shrine of Nurtury, it's true that it has guided my path, but sinister, there must be some misunderstanding. The place is starting to be pretty suspicious. Starting like 2 stages ago. Enough, Antoine. Nugas Garis. Don't play the fool with me. Dozen of us never came back from the shrine. If the path you found demands our sacrifice, we at least deserve to be told. Or if you're really shameless enough to deny the connection, at least have the decency to say it to my face. No, I don't understand. We'll have plenty of time to figure it out. Please, don't. There are many children I must care for, and that mother. It's a lot of people. Damn it. It's them. Pull back. If I didn't know better, I would say you were trying to hit Antoine with that one. He's proven hard enough to kill so far. I figured it's an acceptable risk. Yeah, Meta. Mostima. You have really made yourself a lot of enemies, haven't you, Antoine? I'll go after them while you two talk. There's no need. I don't know why they are targeting me, but I can't help but feel they are determined. People like that inevitably have complex past and simple motivation. How compassionate. How could you do what you did onto your own cohort then? Why don't you repent before Mostima and Lemon? Why wouldn't you tell us what the one in the lock and key made you see deep in that dungeon? Why didn't you ever give us an answer? Or more accurately, share the question with us. We must each follow our own paths, Fiammetta. Is that why you attacked Lemon and fled? Before coming back with that matriarch hiding in the shrine of nursery under her protection like nothing ever happened? Is this your path? What salvation did you find in the years that you went off the grid? I never found salvation, nor do I feel like nothing ever happened. However, life is short, and if I do not find the answer, I seek soon my sins, and your pain will become meaningless. The day after I was released from London Monastery, I left Laterano, believing that I would find something. The next 5 years were like a blur. All I remember is going from one place to another, alone, in many directions without end. I often wondered if something has gone wrong with my memory. And then I found the matriarch. She was headed for the Holy City, though she had been delayed greatly by helping the wounded and needy along the way. He made me believe that the answer still lies in Laterano. He promised me a miracle, and that 1,000 upon 1,000 more miracles will be born from us. I returned to Laterano to fulfill this promise with her. Takas, just shut up. You're babbling to yourself and making zero sense. Listen here, Anduin. After I kicked you out of that gathering the other day, Patrizion spent a long time telling me how important you, that shrine of yours, and the ceremony you're holding are. I've never seen the old man so serious, so I promised him I wouldn't pick a fight with you. Yet. I didn't save your life because I've forgiven you. You just don't deserve to die before you have truly repented for what you did and paid the proper price. The nativity is about to start, isn't it? I'm sorry, I must go. Good morning. Honored kindred, returned messengers, emissaries from all across Terra, and guests who have set foot in the holy city for the first time through the abbeys, I greet you. This shrine in which we now find ourselves was not built to demonstrate Laterano's power and authority for the summit of nations. However, I am glad from the bottom of my heart that it was completed in time for all of us to gather here today. Every birth brings new possibilities, and a continuation of fate for the fight against calamity. Only in this way can we shape the future. This is even more true than the Laterano of the future. I bid you now, prepare and listen to the heartbeat of new life. Okay. I mean, so far, like, basically what I said before. The matriarch kinda based, I think? But also, it's like pretty suspicious whatever is happening, right? And I mean, like, yeah. I guess right now what's suspicious is only how they talk about it, because I don't know what they are suspecting yet. Like, the only clue I have is that I mean, the conversation, I guess, between the purple-haired lady, whose name I forgot, and Grandpa, whose name I don't know, Patrizion. Like, that was kinda a little suspicious, but, like, not like... I guess it can also very much be about basically what Exu is like wondering why they don't like explosions, which is weird, you know. And I mean, what Arturia said about like the fucking pregnant lady disappearing. And they obviously still did not mention so far still what the fuck is with all of the fucking Sancta outside of Laterano falling. What's up with that? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's related to Priestess, you know, somehow. Or like Originium, which, you know, is related to Priestess. But like, huh. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, like what Patrician was saying about like everyone being able to have patron firearm and stuff, that all sounded good, but it's still suspicious how they are presenting it. But maybe it will turn out that it just actually is good and everyone is suspicious because reasons. Or maybe there is actually something going on. We'll see. Enlightenment, MTST2. Wait a moment, Senior Executor. So you never intended to bring Arturia back to London Monastery? I never stated that I would. Well, if you want, I will. There are certain things I must still ascertain with Arturia. Now, Federico. I won't, it won't do to torment a poor nun like that. Rachel? Did you have to run away so suddenly? All I did was joke around with you a little in front of that confessional. What was the joke? Okay, anyway, I thought this fugitive's a tougher one. I brought reinforcements. Giving up my chance to witness the nativity in the process. Aren't you touched? I never requested assistance from the notarial hall. I know. We hardly ever work with the other executors. You think I volunteered for this? Special orders. Weren't issued by the 7 tribunals of the Curia. All 7 tribunals. Pretty shocked when I got the order. For a moment there, I thought Arturia had convinced you to commit treason. I have no such intention, and she has no such power. I've completed my assessment and determined that any risk to the Curia can be eliminated. You and your men may stand down now, Executor Rachel. Are you defying the special orders, Federico? I have no authority to refuse. My orders were to oversee Federico's apprehension of Arturia before the nativity, and to bring both of you in, should there be any suspicious behavior. Not so fast, Senior Executor. Were you talking to me, Senora Arturia? Of course. I've been sitting in that monastery ever since I got back. I think I would like to stretch my legs for a while longer still. It's been more than a decade since I last saw a nightfall upon the holy city. The view from this spot is remarkable. So you're resisting arrest? Oh, I do so hate overtime. Stay behind us, Sister Hildegard. You do the honors, Federico. You've been on this criminal's case for years. No one knows her tricks better than you. Looks like the Lateran has long had its eyes on you, Fede. Raise your gun. It won't be the first time. Artura stands at the edge of the roof. Federico has many questions, but he can see that her fingers are already touching the strings. Behind her, Federico sees the Shrine of Nurturing, so tall he cannot see the top, and the infinite crowd meandering towards it. Richel and his other colleagues stand behind him. Federico hears the sound of weapons being locked and loaded. Tension runs high. It is as though he must prove something as executor. There's no time to think. Federico raises his gun. You have admitted to escaping confinement, Arturia. By the authority of the Lateran Notarial Hall, I am hereby reassessing your danger level and apprehension procedures. You must fulfill your obligations as Lateran citizen and work with us to resolve any threat to Laterano. Without warning, the muzzle of Federico's gun flashes. At the same time, music pours out of the cello, becoming one with the hymns emitting from the direction of the Shrine of Nurturing, drowning out the sound of the roof. On the roof. Okay. Federico, what are you doing? I shot at the building beside you. I did not strike any of you. But that hurts. Mastiza. Yeah. I think a rock hit my head. Am I bleeding? Do you know what you've done, Federico? Yes, you are bleeding. I will submit a detailed report once the incident is resolved. I will include a detailed explanation on the head injury you have suffered. That was decisive, Senior Executor. Now, how do you intend to handle all these unconscious people? What are you looking for? Richel has an annual pass for the confessional. They can deliver these people to hospital. Now, share your discoveries and work with me to resolve any dangers to Laterano. It's just a guess. You chased me all this way here, then got your cohorts out of the way, but evidently arrived at the same theory I have. It's almost time, Fede. Perhaps the city itself will soon tell us exactly what has happened to it. How about you tell me, though? I didn't come to any conclusions yet. Well, I come to a conclusion that something will happen during the ceremony. This song again. Bad stuff happens when this song plays. I've never seen so many outsiders in Laterano. That's for sure. The last summit of nations didn't have enough guests to fill a single hotel. Just about every cardinal in the Curia is here. It's so crowded. The air is even more awkward than the Basilica. We are far enough on the edge, Mostima. We are like the cleaners standing against the wall of Casino. Whatever the nativity is, it's probably Anduin's bringing out the Sancta Kid, who just learned to talk. So the Jack standing there gets to ceremonially polish the kid's halo. All symbolic, Puff. We could be home watching one-armed chainsaw guy too instead. Let's just think of it as watching Nurture Anduin work. Haven't you already said that all needs to be said to him? My heart's been feeling twitchy for some reason. Do you feel it, Mostima? Yeah. Gameta turns sideways. She has never seen such a serious expression on her friend's face. I'm feeling nervous. No, anxious. fearful. It's excitement, expectation, and I don't know why. I can describe it. It's like my heartbeat isn't my own. Is this empathy? You're a fallen angel and I'm a liberty. Neither of us has the power. No, it's not just us. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Fiametta scans the crowd and is now certain that his heartbeat is not an illusion. The emotions that she is feeling are written on every face in the crowd. Every heart present throbs to this beat, which does not belong to them. Look up. What? Comfort bells. Fiametta follows her friend's gaze. All the doors and windows were closed when the nativity began, not so much as a breeze can get in. But the comfort bells are swaying in time, the ones hanging in the hall of enlightenment with them, and the ones in the corridors leading to the nurseries. Yet they do not produce the chimes that they should. A sort of medium, like the musical devices that the Latvianians use. If my guess is right, we are feeling the heartbeat of the mother who is giving birth. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same as what I felt when I waited outside the delivery room when my wife gave birth. I could feel the unfathomable pain, but she would not give up. Her emotions stacked at mine, and we both spoke the name that we had already decided. Bailey. Bailey. Lord above. The mother fainted? She's too weak. The pain of birthing is more than she can take. It's not good. My heart's about to leap out of my mouth. He's not giving up. Lord, Holy City most pure, have mercy on us. Have mercy on us. Have mercy on us. So, this really is a form of empathy. Comfort bells sway violently through the hall, the ever-shifting emotions in the irregular heartbeats stuck at everyone's nerves. No one knows who the mother is, what her name is, how old she is, where she came from, but everyone knows what she's experiencing. No one moves a single step. The fragile newborn has not yet triumphed over death. The struggle to break through, the shell of ignorance seems eternal. Inside the shrine of nursery, thousands of people experience a childbirth together. Such clear empathy existed, should never have existed in Laterano. After a long, long time, the heartbeat begins to weaken until all is silent. Connect the sensor wire and activate the timer. The last bomb is ready. Damn it, it's really hard not to march to this heartbeat. Pant. Fortunately, I've got the quickest brain in penguin logistics. I could play Super Music Tycoon with one hand and ray gun bottle shooting with the other, and beat both the boss and Texas at the same time. All the practice wasn't for nothing. 2-minute countdown. Go up this corridor, and the path to the nursery will be cut off. Hope my sister's intel is good. The Shan of Nursery took a pregnant Sarkas with a nomadic from a nomadic abbey and got her to give birth to a Sarkas at the Summit of Nations in this crazy ceremony. Okay, wait, so... I thought it was... Wait, is there only one pregnant woman? Or could Exu be the one confused because she thought it's the same person? Because I think the one giving birth is not the Sarkas woman, but, well, it might be. I thought it was like the injured one that they talked about. Which was different one than the Sarkas one, because they kind of just took the Sarkas one in. While this one was... And then said something like 3 months. There. Or something. Might be wrong, obviously, because I do that often. But yeah, it might be that Exu did mix them up, because she obviously doesn't know, right? Or maybe the other one actually did die. Which is why they needed a different pregnant Sarkas. I mean, they never specified that the first one was Sarkas. It might not be, right? It might be any other race, but... Huh. I don't know what they are trying to do, but if I can keep her from appearing in front of the crowd... Excuse me, you're in the way. The mother is about to give birth. I want to get closer and pray for her. Sorry. Wait. Yeah, okay. It is the other person. I was right. Okay, I'm so smart. Pregnant Sarkas, aren't you the one? Yeah, what of it? Huh? Shouldn't you be giving birth? Lemuel, right? We have met before. Your sister brought you to our place. Oh, Fiameta's grandpa, Salve. The others are searching for the bombs and neutralizing them. Reverend Patrician. Good work. Stop this, Sancta. She has more explosives on her. Snipers are in position. We'll shoot to kill if the suspect attempts to escape. Phew. Reverend Patrician. You're late, Cardinal Lemoine. Take the suspect back to the Silver 7th Tribunal. But the nativity isn't about the sarcasm? But if the nativity isn't about the sarcasm, the heartbeat that resonated through the hall has quieted down. A door opens to a corridor. Exucier looks in the direction of the sound. Carrying a small bundle, the nurturer stands in the light shining through the door. His hands and robes are stained with blood, but the bundle is clean. With head bowed, he walks slowly towards the hall of enlightenment, towards the waiting matriarch. The crowd parts to let him through. Thank you, Antoine. The matriarch takes the newborn from the nurturer. She cannot see, and does not realize that his brow is furrowed in sorrow. Yeah, so the mom died, huh? I'm guessing. The matriarch gently opens the bundle and reveals the newborn. Pretty art. A fledgling beast. He leans against the matriarch's shoulder. Mucous membrane still sticking to its infantile paws. The wet and creased fur shows no sign of relaxing. His eyes are closed, his breathing barely audible. As you can see, the first life that the shrine of nurturing has brought into this world is this fledgling airborne beast. I see. Okay. His weight is nothing. His weight is everything. Before I came to Laterano, I found his mother in an abandoned nomadic abbey. She was so famished, her feathers fallen, that I did not at first recognize her as an arbor beast. A hunter's spear had impaled the mother's abdomen, but missed the fetus by inches. I do not know how his mother hid for so long, how she survived, and how she stayed awake through the pain and hunger. Until now. I thank this strong mother, our Sancta and Liberi Breton, and our honored guests from afar. This child was born amidst our prayers. He is a miracle that you have made together. But why? Why do his eyes not open? Matriarch, the newborn's breathing is growing weaker. I tried everything I could think of. His mother gave her all. Perhaps the mother's injuries were too grave, depriving the fetus of nutrition. Antoine, we may all have forgotten one thing. Do you mean? The childbirth was long and painful, but from beginning to end, all we felt through the comfort bells, through empathy, was a single heartbeat. The child was so weak that he could not even express his desire to live, the most primal, most instinctive cry of life. Antoine bows his head and does not speak. Is this what you thought the nativity would be, Mostima? No. Normally we'd already be cutting the cake beside a crying baby. Damn, this is depressing. Yeah. Do you mean that after all that effort from the mother, the baby was stillborn? Che Caso, how could this be? Lord above. Is there anything we can do? Like what we did just now, the thousands of us here. What if I never felt Bailey's heartbeat after hours of waiting outside the delivery room? What would my wife and I have done? No, I can't bear to imagine it. Poor baby. If you can hear my voice. Somewhere in the crowd, someone begins sobbing. Gradually, more and more people lose control of their emotions. Their cries join together and echo through the halls. For the poor mother and her stillborn child. Then another cry rings out. It's not a sad sound. It is young and bright. The fledgling arbor beast opens its eyes, and as though sensing the emotion of the crowd, cries out for the first time in its life. It stretches its limbs, and the sheen miraculously returns to its fur. The matriarch embraces the newborn life tightly, crying tears of joy. One such tear drops from the empty eye sockets behind her veil, falling upon the fledgling's head, reflecting the light of the sun. The fledgling does not stop crying, as though driven by the wailing. The light begins to break free of the void's shackles, becoming rich and full. A halo. The mark of the Sancta, the symbol of the law, the embodiment of truth. It has illuminated this unfamiliar creature. a shining, miraculous beacon. The Lord has once again answered our prayers. He has blessed this child. This is a miracle not seen in 1,000 years. Its appearance on the eve of calamity is a revelation from the law. We are all witness. We are all participants. I'm confused. Did she plan this? Or is she like as surprised as I am? Like, huh. I mean, I think she somehow planned this, but how do you do that? Henceforth, we are born equal and one, beginning with the holy city and ending with the holy city. As a sancta. In the matriarch's embrace, the newborn licks her arms. He has awakened. Once again, the comfort bells sway. A new heartbeat, strong and regular, fills the shrine of nurturing. Laterano granted a halo to Arbor Beast fledgling? Even the most... Cool music. Even the most incredible miracle in the Saint's travels pales in comparison. Is this a divine blessing or a terrible calamity? My greater concern is whether it is true, whether it should be believed. Since when did you start doubting everything you see? There are too many details, Arturia. The unusual confessional. The boundless wheat fields. The crackdown on the manufacturing of firearms and explosives. The firearms workshop being shut down. The sudden change in London Monastery's role. The abrupt changes in the administration of the Curia. The colleagues who suddenly appeared to intervene with my investigation. It was the appearance of Richel and his men, despite the fact that he should not have known my movements, that confirmed my suspicion. Otherwise, I would have continued my efforts to apprehend you. All of these anomalies converge at the Shrine of Nurturing, which seems to have appeared out of nowhere. And the nativity that so many have fixed their eyes upon. Okay, that was like one thing that I noticed, but I was thinking it was just not relevant. But this whole Shrine of Nurturing, or like the matriarch, she seems like kind of an important figure. But like, they never talked about anything like that. So, you know, kinda did appear out of nowhere. The missing mother you were investigating from the nomadic abbey was the pregnant arbor beast? Yes. By chance, my music crossed paths with the voice of her heart. I followed the trail here. The singular item that brought me to my conclusion, of greater weight than any of the above, is how the Lateran people are seemingly oblivious to all this. Everything in life has been turned upside down, but in this country, this city, life goes on, orderly as ever, as though things have always been so. When 6 million Laterans continue to live as they always have, it's hard for us to convince ourselves that we are the only sane ones. Oh, sorry, that was Arturia talking. Self-doubt is an invaluable experience for a hardhead like you, isn't it? Are you certain now? Yes. Mathematics, physics, geography, archaeology, astronomy. No theory of knowledge in silence. Or philosophy can explain this. Theology as well. Theology was also there. A city with a population of 6 million, sharing the same hallucination. Okay, well that's definitely because of the server, right? Well, but wouldn't that only affect the Sancta and not like everyone else who lives here as well? I guess I don't know. Well, I don't know what exactly like is this hallucination or like this thing that like convince them, I guess, that everything that's happening is normal or like make them oblivious to it, how they described it. Like, because I feel like if it was something to do with what happened into chapter 15, like the server, you know, acting up because of Priestess, would that really affect even like the Liveri and everyone else who lives here? But again, I don't know how it affected them at all, so, you know. But the present circumstances clearly run contrary to Order de Laterano and the foundation of the law. I have no doubt. What a coincidence. Neither do I. Oh! What? Excuse me? What does this mean? Oh my god. The sound of comfort bells echoes in the sky above the sky, in the sky above the city. The cello's music draws upon a crack, like a hand reaching into the city. The next instant, both sounds are brought to an abrupt halt. Silence. I mean, Lemon was also someone who found out something was suspicious. Same with Exu, right? And whoever is like Exu's accomplice, like the confessional box, right? The crowds that come and go in front of the square have never existed. Laterano has never been so quiet, even when the city is gazed upon from the highest roof of the basilica. Federico and Arturia are unsure if they blinked. A scene most incomprehensible plays out before their eyes. The shrine continues to tower over the city, utterly out of place, but now dreamlike colors begin to run across the surface. Almost reaching the clouds, it spills its colors upon the pristine white buildings surrounding it. Doors and windows open to the streets and alleys of Laterano. Whether the shrine shadow touches and creates the likes of which they have never been seen before emerge from them. The scene is indescribable, but there is no doubt in Federico or Arturia that this is the real Laterano. The next instant, the same word slips from their mouths. Calamity. Interesting. I would say this was pretty interesting. Let me actually check how long it is, but I think this is 10 stages, right? Oh, and there are 2 stories at the end. Fuck. Let me check something real quick. I want to make sure I remember something correctly. And we have a fucking good song playing. I mean, all of the fucking Arknights songs, right? Okay. MT5 before. Communion. Oh, we are in Casdell. Slow down. You got a death wish or something? We're carrying a damned originum plate. We're all dead if we drop it. Seriously. What the hell is wrong with this family? Using this as a pickling stone? Do they all like their pickles with a touch of originum? Shut your sarcastic expletive mouth and keep moving. We gotta clear this whole district before the end of the day. Unless you want the overseer to chew our heads off after the lich chews his. So many houses. And we got to clean every single speck of originum off them. Doesn't Babel have a dedicated construction team? Why don't we just tear it all down and rebuild from scratch? It's gonna take some getting used to, not having any originum around. I said shut your sack-class expletive mouth. We don't have a choice but to rely on the mines. Now that Castle doesn't need to worry about energy anymore, of course we got a clean house. Unless you like living in a den of originum. Hey, watch where you're going, Lich. Keep your threats tucked away, Lich. Who knows what might happen if they got tied up in the originum. That's not very polite. Yay, enemy. You can cut the threads with your horns if they do get tied up. But who knows what dimension my thread will drag you into. If it comes to that. Alright, I don't think I should scare you any further, gentlemen. Go ahead. Did I imagine it? What is that light? It came from the house up there, maybe. Let's take a look. I'll go. What? Those houses are right by the agricultural plate that has just been integrated. The light must be from one of the soul beacons. In reaction to the original plate that you're carrying. If Ishadel finds out the farmland that she spent 2 years cultivating got polluted. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm guessing that's Ezel and Cecilia. Right? Don't come any closer. Ermengarde looks at the agitated girl standing in front of her, trying to shield the man behind her with her tiny body. It's a Sancta man, kneeling feebly on the ground. His halo and wings have shattered, their pieces still trembling and flickering like dying fireflies. The Sancta does not speak. It is as though he has fallen into deep slumber. Who are you? Are you here to take us away? The girl is all tensed up. Ermengarde bends down and puts her hand on her knees, doing her best to show that she intends no harm. Even wagging her an energized tail friendly. I mean no harm, young lady. I sent the other Sarkas away. Did you hear that? Maybe I can help you. Help him. Ermengarde closes the door behind her, shutting out any prying eyes. She adjusts her head, invisible threads reaching out through the unknowable dimension. Master. All that red tape and long-winded tones in the spires make me sick, but I should thank the twin sheep for their hospitality, compared to what I have to deal with now. Every policy has to be communicated verbally, and you have to explain things over and over again. When are we going to implement basic education for government employees? This is urgent. Go ahead. I'm at the furnace node. I found 2 sancta with broken halos. One of them doesn't look alright at all. Bring them here. Try not to let anyone see you. We don't need to see in the streets. I'll go wake Vishadel. Looks like it's time for our speaker to speak at an emergency meeting. Emergency meeting? Is that Among Us reference? Let's call an emergency meeting. Press the red button. The list is a long one. You're saying that all 43 sancta stationed at spires across Willingstrom have abandoned their posts without permission? Yes, Avignade. They have already left Latvian soil, forcing their way through the checkpoint at the Erdenherde border. Latvian took in these erari as an act of kindness. Now they have chosen desertation without any warning. I don't think it's their fault. Somehow I suspect, they did not do that intentionally. Not entirely. The Night Watch of the Reichsmusikhochschule, damn, I hate being back in Germany, witnessed the Sancta Scholar leaving, and noted that his halo and wings were shattered, as if there was a serious accident. Fallen? The symptoms do not align exactly. How do you think this should be dealt with? Are you asking for my opinion? Of course I am. You are the mouth of the Austria authority, Michael Wolfgang. You are the only one who can speak with her voice in this realm, besides me. Well, you have grown in the past few years, both physically and mentally. Hildegard has taught you well. I must commend you for making the report that you just did. You have, in effect, admitted that you have access to certain exceptional channels. The Sanctas of Latvianin have fallen and deserted en masse. This is a serious matter. You are the only one capable of dealing with it, Avignade. I know that you, the Urtica boy, and even the Grafchen, are doing a few things under the surface. As a reward, I'm willing to blind eye to that. Now, back to the topic at hand. The border guards reports that they seem to be headed for Laterano. It's likely that the Laterano Curia is involved. Shall we send the Empress's voice to confront the Curia? 1 year ago, after Das Kaiserinnen Fest, Evangelista Levent communicated to me that he wished to work hand in hand with Latvianian. The anomalous circumstances with the Sanctas may indicate that the calamity the Pope had feared so much that he would seek our help has come at last. Issue an edict at the name of eternal grace and austere authority to summon the best casters and scholars among all the spires. Calamity will spare no corner of this great land. We must hasten our studies into the secret retrieved from the chaos. Yes, Your Majesty. I will arrange for it at once. Perhaps not entirely at once. What I mean is, I will instruct the Empress's voice to... The eventide is beautiful tonight, Michael. Stay and enjoy it with me. Sounded like it was quite important. The wound in the sky has healed. She would have appreciated it too, wouldn't she? Would she not? Yeah, she's a bit of a weirdo. Tuh. East of La Unidad Laterano, holy city of white. The guns there shoot fireworks. The targets all apples. When we pray sincere, he gives us bread. When we seek salvation, he sets us free. Sing, sing, until you are asleep. Well, we'll take a short little break again. And yeah, this is a cool side story. I like this one. Anyways, be right back. I am back. The god in your dreams is kinder than Lateranos. You didn't need to go this far on the night watch, Aurelia. Get lost. This is the Minan border. Those Singas noble want to go any further. You're safe. The Abbey is no more. We go our separate ways. 10 years ago, you came to my Abbey and protected my plate from those nobles without a word. Now, you're leaving without a word. You preach your teachings. I protected the kids in exchange for a new roof over my head, that's all. Don't think too much of yourself. You can't leave, Aurela. I'm not asking. Our destination is the same. We'll go with you to Laterano. And when did I say I was bringing you with me? We have been together for 10 years. It's a long time for a Kukulkan. Maybe I don't trust Laterano that much, but I do trust you. The Lateran stripped you of citizenship, and you have crashed the city many times while I sang the hymns. Cursed the city. But look at yourself. After all these years in Bolivar, you still won't take off the Arknights' armor. Even though you have fallen, lost the ability to wield a patron firearm, you somehow got your hands on the black steel gun, which means you never... Shut up. The fallen angel suddenly raises her gun, the muzzle almost reaching the Kukulkan's lips. If you trust me, you should remember that I've told you many times the Holy City is not so friendly kind, or tolerant as you imagine. Half the people who followed you here, the Abbey are not Sancta, from the Abbey are not Sancta. There are plenty of places you can go after leaving Bolivar. Perhaps what we follow is not a true Lateran faith, but it's what kept a modicum of order in our lives amidst the chaos of Bolivar. There's no way I can convince the others to go somewhere else. They want to make the pilgrimage. Nor can I convince myself. Laterano is a part of us now, after these long years. You've got to be kidding. Think of the Sanctas in the Abbey. They have never known Laterano, only the trauma of the fall. Only by returning to Laterano will they know what happened. Only then will the fear be driven out. Only then can their sickness be cured. Let us walk together for a little while longer, Aurela. I'm not going back to Laterano because I miss home. 10 years ago, an old man said something like this to me. At another abbey, he was the one who exiled me in the name of Laterano because of some silly mistake. He wanted to hear me repent, hear me pray. He said there was a chance I could go back if I truly, sincerely repented for my sins. You refused? I sure did. Something seems to have gone really wrong with the Holy City. I'm going to seize this chance for revenge. Noda steps forward and presses her face against the cold gun barrel. We won't stop you. We just need a guide. Someone who knows the way. Someone like you. The hymns begin to die down, replaced by the sound of children crying out. Aurela lets out a laugh and puts away her gun. Well, I know the enemies in this side story event were all like animals with halos. The Shrine of Nurture smears its colors on the surrounding buildings, opening numerous portals through which strange creatures with halos emerge one by one, falling to the ground. This is... You know, as I always say, Arknights just has a great soundtrack overall. All of the fucking music for this event, okay, not all of this is from this event, some are like reused, but are really good. Like, what the fuck? I really like Did those things get the blessing of Laterano too? It wasn't just a baby Arbor beast. Let's excitedly. Waves uncertainly. They crawl on the ground, wagging their heads furiously, still trying to adjust to their halos. They're below on a low, rhythmic voice, as if joining together in a prayer. This one's ugly, chaotic voice of the heart. If everyone in the holy city has fallen into a sort of mass hallucination of an unknown source, does this scene before us mean that the boundary between reality and falsehood is being blurred, and that Laterano is being invaded by the material threat? This is even more incomprehensible than what we experienced in that pavilion. One of them has noticed us, Fede. Praying. The noise we made seems to have disturbed their ritual. An enlightened creature turns towards Federico and Arturia, perhaps because it missed part of the prayer. Its halo flashes, and its bloated hide seems to show light and leaf, approaching the duo at high speed. Federico raises his gun, but the halo-adorned creature pays no heed, not even stopping its prayer. Fall back. The nature of these creatures is yet unknown. You must not be surrounded. I thought you would shoot without hesitation. Are these creatures Arkin Fede? You are in violation of the law if you shoot? Is that a joke or simply an ill-timed curiosity? Your patron firearm is lost, and I can neutralize these creatures without discharging mine. We will determine whether they should be considered our kindred, but not now. Perhaps there is someone who can answer our questions. Pope Evangelista 11. Yeah. Move. I'm assuming this will, yeah, this will be like a combat, obviously, but you know, can do that. Okay. Let's go after. Such a sound. Do not fear, child. Matriarch. You too, Nurture. Thank you for your work. I simply did what I could. The child is still weak. Take him back to his mother, Andoin. I will come and find you. Oh, is the mother fine? I really thought that the mother would be dead. You seem unwell, Matriarch. Should I escort you to your apartments? I'm fine. The heartbeat continues to echo within me. Not just the mother. I can hear countless hearts resonating. So powerful it seems they could bring down this shrine. The people have begun to link with one another, irrespective of race or background. But some have rejected the future we revealed. The nativity has come to an end. Our kindred needs to stay here. We should prepare for the next stage. Understood. You should retire. I will take care of the rest. I thought you were about to retire. Funny joke. Once again, welcome to the Shrine of Nurtury. Whether you understood the Matriarch's proposal at the summit, and regardless of what you think of it, the birth and enlightenment of this arbor beast is undoubtedly a clear revelation on how to remove the barriers between nations and races, on how to resolve hatred and build lasting peace, on facing the calamity that hangs over our heads together. Oh yeah, of course you would like that. Of course you'd want that. That actually makes sense, since he did literally say that he finds it hard to understand, well, specifically Settler Berry, but I'm assuming everyone who is not Sancta, because he's, like, way too dependent on empathy, I'm guessing, in terms of understanding others. That actually makes so much sense. I think, maybe I'm, like, reading into it wrong, but it's my read on, yeah, that thing. Beginning with the Nativity, the second Summit of Nations now enters a new stage. Laterano will share our halo with all races. May our Lord share the blessing with all. Doesn't that cause a little bit of a headache, though? Plus, a lot of people just lost their halos, just saying. Oh, Fiametta, Mostima, over here. Lemuel? When did you come back? Why didn't you tell us? Nice outfit, huh? Including those handcuffs. I wanted to surprise you. Well, scratch his head. What happened, Lemuel? It's a long story. I could borrow you 2 minutes if you want to make a break for it. Sure. On second thought, maybe next time. I've caused enough trouble for my sister already. How considerate. Did I interrupt the reunion? Yeah. Elif. Can you take the suspect to the 7th Tribunal on your own, Cardinal Lemon? Or do you need support? After all, attempted sabotage of the Shrine of Nurtury and Summit of Nations is a serious charge. If you're concerned, you are free to come with us, or have a gun knight keep watch. Don't talk like that. After all, according to your conclavist Ardinel Ade Asmos' testimony, you picked up Lemuel's trial at another scene beforehand. Are you saying I tried to cover for my sister? Well, not exactly. All the evidence is circumstantial, and there is nothing that proves you did anything wrong. Do you recall our previous conversations in the shrine? I admire your ability and resolve greatly, Lemon, the Silent, but I also know when those virtues of yours are most prominently displayed. Besides, it's natural for us to be cautious when your sister is involved. I hope you understand. No need to worry. Letting Elle run around with all these charges against her won't help her. Of course, I'm sure the misunderstanding can be resolved, as long as Lemuel cooperates. One moment, Timmering, Vigil, and Legatus Mostima. What? Please remain here at the Shrine of Nurtury. Yukuria has a mission for you. They took Elle away? After all this effort I took for Magister to get me off the hook. Come on, Vanny. Isn't there anything else you can do? Vanny looks so playable. And it makes me actually kinda worried that she'll die. But I'm just always worried that NPCs I like die. Don't bother knocking, Anduin. I have nothing to hide from you. Unless they become playable, right? The mother? Sleeping. I brought the child. His feathers are not yet grown in, but he is surprisingly lively. I thought perhaps you might want to pet him again. Thank you. It is comforting to me. This place. Do you remember? We built it to house the mother when we came to Laterano. It became the first nursery of the shrine. I remember. We made this simple yet warm bed together, and hung the comfort bells that gave her restful sleep. The room is no longer in use, but I came back from time to time, if only for prayer. This was our starting point, yours and mine. Stretches happily. I sense that he likes this place too. His halo is so bright. I noticed it the moment you brought him here. It is a miracle that you have long believed in. But I don't understand. What brought on the premonitions of the miracle when you first encountered the mother? I had no premonitions, Anduin. Only saw your struggling hard. She was on her last legs, and what she needed was not healing, but her last rites. Yet you wanted to save her, and you would not allow the idea to be dispelled by common sense. I believe that this thought, which you protected so dearly, could create the miracle of life. Life is a wonderful thing, one that can never be measured by the confines of common sense. Anyone would want to save her, matriarch. Therefore, anyone can create miracles. Miracles are so because people do not believe in the power of faith. It is the halo that gives Sancta faith, or faith that gives Sancta the halo. Have you ever pondered it? Our law, empathy, and firearms, and the paradise that we built atop them. Did they all arise from blessing without a cause, as common sense would indicate? I don't know. The past has its beginnings, as does the future. The shrine of nurturing. This towering edifice was not built in a day. It began as a simple, ordinary nursery. Our nursery. Did we start with the blueprints of such imposing shrine? No, we merely wished for a safe, comfortable room for that mother. And yet, its frenzied evolution led to what it is now. That is how a future where we are saved can sprout from our fate. Matriarch, I followed you because I had long searched for such a future, and you happened to know the way. But I never thought, nor could I comprehend, why you believed it would begin with me. What I am able to do is ultimately insignificant. Insignificant trifles and grandiose feats are but a hairbreadth from one another. You have labored for many years over this grueling journey of yours. You should not let such meaningless difference stay your steps. I will need you to lift your spirits, for aside from caring for this mother and child, There are more deeds that must be done, such as the next nativity. Interesting. Like, next nativity, I'm kind of assuming that this, what they are... Well, they said they want to fucking... how exactly was it worded? Give Halo to everyone, so I'm guessing that's something to do with... Well, I don't know. But, they might do that through this next nativity, just having it in, like, a larger scale, let's say. I'm... Huh. Well, interesting. That gave us, like, a bit of a backstory on those two. Well, backstory, like, we had backstory of the, like, last 2 years, basically, what Antoine was doing, and then they got here and have a fucking big-ass shrine and stuff. It's kinda weird. You're early. I'm already packed. You can just stick with the seals on top so I can go back to bed. Parisian? I thought you were him. I was told the last part of the handover would be handed by the Not Really Hall. Why did they send the gun knights? I was assuming nothing bad had been tampered with. What are you talking about? Both the storage room and equipment show signs of recent use. Cardinal Ada Amos must have made it clear when he last came here. All gunsmithing operators swear to cease immediately upon signing the papers. Any unauthorized work on patron firearms or explosives would be a violation of law. I've had this little workshop for decades. I couldn't let it go so easily. I just wanted to hear this old voice move again one last time and shed some tears over it. Is that so wrong? You have already said as much. Your apprentice, Vanini. The one you took with you from the Shrine of Nursery. Where is she? Must have gone back to watch the nativity. He's not a kid anymore. Besides, I don't see so well. Can't keep an eye on her all the time. In that case, let us continue this conversation somewhere else. What if I don't want to? I do not wish to resort to force, unless absolutely necessary. It was Patrician who sent you here, wasn't it? Come with me. Sister Hildegard, a revered gun knight? Is she not in the monastery? Yes, but she's just had an accident. She's resting now. What? It's hard to explain. A mobile confessional suddenly showed up at the monastery yesterday. Sister Hildegard's lying inside, unconscious. There was no one else. Someone had set the confessional's navigation system to bring her here. We're not sure what happened to her. Perhaps we can have her report to you once she wakes up. This is urgent. Bring her to me. Bring me to her. But... It's alright, Sister Geraint. Hildegard, you're awake? The porridge... I'm fine, just a little dizzy. I ate the porridge on the table. I'm coughing because some of it went down the wrong pipe. Reverend Gun Knight, you came for Arturia, didn't you? Yes, it's true that Arturia left London Monastery without permission. But I went after her as soon as I found out, and I caught her. But something unexpected happened. Please, Give London Monastery a little more time. No, give me a little more time. We would like you to come with us, Sister Hildegard. Well, all right. It would be best if you came too, sister. Me? Sister Geraint doesn't have anything to do with this. I was the one in charge of supervising Arturia. This is my fault. No need to worry, Sister Hildegard. With a major incident like this, the Curia needs as much information as we can get. Now, follow me, please. Alright. Confess. Empty 6 before. We have pretty good pace today. We're already in 6th stage and we're only 5.5 hours in. Ah, so cute outfit. Is this the past or something? Yeah. It is the greatest graduation ceremony in the history of St. Theodore's Comprehensive School. No, the greatest ever held in the entire history of Lateran education. "17 giant fireworks burst up into the air as the 17-year-old red-haired Sancta strums her strings wildly, opening her solo concert. The sound of echoes through the campus, rattling the windows of nearby school buildings. The pews near the stage, statues, and pool. Apple pies of all kinds lie everywhere as gifts for her audience. But the entire square is empty as the red-haired Sancta plays her guitar and sings with no teachers or students to cheer her on. Aw, no fans? It is no rare sight to see a student planning her own graduation ceremony in Laterano, but she is not even at the age to do so. She fails to get her permission to graduate early, even she has already completed her preparatory courses for the university. But what a sin to complete them without the ceremonial flair. Students open their classrooms without windows and watch from afar as the red-haired Sancta strums and sings without a care until her final number. Then they witness an unforgettable sight. Red-haired Sancta plays her last notes, bows and thanks the air. The school gates then burst open as more than 100 automated confessionals flood into the campus. Where the audience should have been, as are now confessionals with their doors open. All their mobile electronic confessors joining the red-haired Sancta's performance, with their volumes set to maximum. Neither Laterano's largest choir nor its noisiest heavy metal band could throw such a racket. Finally, the Pontifica cohort rushed to restore order on campus, as they persuade the confessionals to return to their routes. However, the instigator has long vanished from the scene, leaving on a single banner, unfolding as the last fireworks goes off. Let's send Lemuel off on her next adventure with a bang. Lemuel stops over at Lateran Port. Heh, so there's a saint statue here too. Weird how I never noticed before. They're actually pretty nice to look at. This is her first time leaving Laterano for a place without halos, in her search for people and answers. She suddenly thinks, for no particular reason, of how she might not return for a long, long time. It was away for a while. Don't think they'd actually let you interrogate me, sis. Only because the previous 7 cardinals got nothing out of you. Camel, help me open this. Why is this thing wrapped so tight? Wow, millefolish fruit tart? The 7th terminal is sure nice to suspects. Come on, I made it myself. There's also this. Take it. What's that now? Your diploma. After I awakened, the head of St. Theodore's, who was also mentoring me at the time, came to see me and asked me to keep it for you. Your application to graduate was rejected, but that ceremony you put together did indeed prove your skills. After all, how could you get that many confessionals to perform with you if you weren't really familiar with their programming and the intercity net's defense patterns? So the school consulted the Curia and granted you the diploma in the end. Congratulations, Elle, even if it's a few years late. Thanks, sis. I'm sure my letters found their way to you. Yeah. You know, I made bet with Mama and Tata. They said you'd major in intercity net security and become an expert in the notarial hall. But I thought you'd never waste your creative mind like that. I was sure you'd major in faith-assistive engineering and design a new mobile confessional that shocked the city. In the end, you left Laterano, just like that. Let me be clear, sis. I don't regret it one bit. You know, I'm not the type, and I'm even less the type to let anyone hold my regrets for me. Any regrets for me. Which is why you rushed all the preparatory courses and threw that wild graduation ceremony, right? I prepped Mostima with questions about you. Peppered. Your work in Langman, your boss, your co-workers. I know you went to Siracusa, to Sargon, and many more places besides. You deal with all sorts of people every day. Gangs, cops, famiglia, Lord Samir. You're always on the move. Why does my life sound so different after going through a Mostima filter? Well, I did live a nice life after leaving Laterano. Wasn't sad or anything. I mean, you were still bedridden then. Didn't know how you got hurt. If you'd ever wake up, and Mostima refused to say a word. I had to know what the heck happened. You're my sister, you know? But that woman, bless her heart, kept avoiding me. I got a whole load of nothing from her. Don't blame Mostima. You know, sis, I've been through a lot these past few years. There's some stuff I would have never thought about if I stayed here. In Langman, Mostima was the only sancta around, but she lost her empathy. Texas, Sora, Croissant, Bison, and the boss. At first, I made friends with them the same way I did here. We're all besties now, but without empathy, I sometimes still can't help but worry about silly little things. I've been trying hard to overcome that, and every time I do, our ties become a little stronger. But here, things are different. Like right now, I don't even have to think anything to know you wanna go somewhere else to give me a big proper hug. What kind of collective has empathy turned us into? Does it make us more or less sensitive to others? Does it make us so insensitive that it's easier to accept totally outrageous change? That actually makes sense. Music stopped. Dance. Does this have something to do with everything you have done since you came back? Laterano 6 says, Just like you were back then. We gotta wake it up. Elle, you need to give me more than that. There's Pontifica Cohort's guardsmen right behind these doors, right? I heard them when I came into the room. Let me guess. You are going to say this is your last chance, or something like that? If you insist on refusing to explain why you disrupted the Summit of Nations, and reveal the forces backing you, the 7th Tribunal will have to hand you over to someone else. I don't know what kind of punishment you'll face, Elle. Laterano's leniency has never applied to those who violate the law, especially these days. Come on, apple pie with mayonnaise. What? Is that the it's Paganini's apprentice? What's going on? There was an explosion down. Was that an explosion downstairs? A terror attack? Might be also the confessional or whoever was behind that. And they're interrogating the terrorism suspect upstairs right now. Who else would dare to attack the 7th Tribunal? Automated conventional El Caro 001 in position. Okay, I got that right. A mobile confessional? Fire. God, what's going on? Who's let the dead in here? Did they not realize this one's malfunctioning? But that's just a mobile confessional, buddy. Yeah, buddy. It's just a confessional with a fucking gun. God, who thought it would be such a good idea to put so many guns on a confessional? That's a great question. That's a really good question, you know? Who thought of that? Who came up with that idea? Why does a confessional need a gun? It's not like they are there to, like, defend the city. There's peace in the city all the time. So why do the fucking confessionals need a gun? Alert! A mobile confessional is attacking us and attempting to rescue the suspect Lemuel. Calling all combat units, we need backup. I repeat. Again, Vanini, right. Now, shield, now the left staircase. Blow it up and I can slow them down for— It took me so long to finally realize there's something unusual with its plate number. I noticed it when you stopped it before, but I didn't think too much. All confessionals start with LC for Laterano Automated Mobile Confessional, but this one starts with ELC. I see. He practically scanned the entire city, stopping confessionals one by one, until I noticed her. Alright, Exusier. Pontifica Cohort's reinforcements will be here soon, and the nursery guards are also on the move. We need to get out here, now. Coming right up. Cool art. Very cool art. The guards respond quickly, constructing an emergency passage upstairs, assembling to face the chaos. Exusier breaks the door open as the confessional speeds up towards her, blocking bullets from the Pontifica cohorts. She hops into the vehicle and steadies herself as the confessional wobbles badly from her landing. The Sancta's red hair flutters between the bullets and gun smoke. Confessor, wait, you've been exposed. So we can go back to normal, right? Leader, Savior, Doctor. You're so awesome. I see. So, I mean, I was kind of the whole time thinking that it would be someone from Rhodes Island, because you know how the two Rhodes Island operators approached her when she was leaving. But yeah, okay. There's 6 guns on the front of the rack. Feel free to use them as you please. Vanini switched out the bullets for the non-lethal ones. As for whether they will hurt your countrymen, I'll trust your aim. Gotcha. Talk about perfect timing. The 7th Tribunal confiscated my guns. The passages on both sides are hard to break through. We need a new escape route. Then through the windows we go. The noisier the better. We draw attention and make it easier for Vanni to slip away. You won't fall apart, will you? I'll take the wheel. You handle our tail. Got it. The party's about to begin. So let's show them what the perfect pair can do. You don't know how XUCA manages to wield so many guns at once to suppress all the Pontifica cohort's guardsmen with a hail of bullets. You are also unsure if falling from a window this high will pose a problem back in reality. All you do is take her and zoom to the sky. Divine Judgment. Rock and Roll. Barrage. Apple, never mind. Not the best place for that. I love Exu. Phew, I'm beat. Finally, shook off the stragglers. That was tight. Since when did they react so fast? Sure enough, you took to the roofs, Al. Always the contrarian. Ever since you were little. Sis? What's with the confessional and that girl? Oh, just good friends of mine. You said all this law-breaking is about waking Laterano up? You are never the type to talk theory or explain something away with fancy rhetoric. By wake Laterano up, you mean roast everyone in the city awake? It's complicated. Look at me, El. Yeah? Separated by roof ridges, Lemon looks at her sister. The sun is unbearably bright. But she said, look at me. So gently that Exucier does not even blink before complying. For a long time, Lemon and Exucier stand unspeaking. Silence links the two. Go. You're letting me walk away? We're only just created a Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal. If they found out you let the prime suspect go, you're as good as defrocked, aren't you? Remember when the gunsmith had me pick a serial number for my guardian gun? Of course I remember. You didn't even mull it over. You just went straight for the date Mama and Tata brought you home. I told myself then to protect you and them forever. Hey sis, aren't you afraid they will say you're covering for me? You don't get it, El. When choosing whom or what I protect, trust comes first. The time we spent together, the empathy and understanding between us. That's why I trust my sister. Why I trust that she's making the right call. So the way I see it, I'm not covering for you just because you are my sister. In fact, there's plenty other reasons for me to do this. Why don't you come with me, sis? No. Your doubts. I've been having them too. Maybe there are some things I can still do in my position. One thing that I just realized just occurred to me now. So, Lemon is walking again. That's very cool. Good for her. But her unit has a wheelchair again. Why is that? Well, we might see, but we might also not. Well, no, I guess we'll see. Maybe, I don't know. Just like a thought that just now occurred to me. I'm slow like that. Give me a sec. Want to just check something. Yeah, okay. I think it's this way. Yeah. We followed them all the way here. Weird. They just vanished. They're so fast. Do confessional engines have that power? There's too many forks here. Plus, Lemuel split ways from the confessional. Contact the notarial hall and request executor support. Also, have them scan all mobile confessionals and the intercity net to see if they can. Roger. Look up ahead. Okay. Nice art. I think that's not like something that I expected to see today. Grind, Steve. Pedaling fiercely. Phew, finally managed to catch up to you after clearing up the escape route. I won't let the Laterans tear you apart. Thanks for the hard work. You know, I have to commend your sharp senses. You figured out Laterano was facing a calamity based on just a few Sancta operators' specular reports. It might have... Right. I think Doctor might... I have no idea about the knowledge that they have about, like, how Sancta and Sargas are connected, and, like, the server that is there. It might have been too late had we waited any longer to make our move. It's only been a few months since everything happened at Rhodes Island. Amia's contacting the Arm Branch office operators. Closure is busy restricting out the new plates. Our elite operators are making sure the land ship is secure. Well, you didn't take more than a second to decide to come with me. You're welcome, though it used to always be... Alright, Dr. Mastiza, what's next? We were hiding for so long, but now our efforts have gone to waste. We need to make sure Exusia can move unhindered. True. The strange ritual's over, and people have already woken from the dream. I'm sure the machine is already reacting, and the Curia and the Nurtury are speeding things up on their respective ends. People are waking up. Have already woken up from the dream. Huh. Does it still want everyone to finish their dreams? To complete its experiment? I can't use any of my skills here. And their comms controls turned you into this. They've cut down your engine power too. You move pretty slow now. I'm glad you're here, monster. Well, I couldn't find anything else to take you around either, so... Great, Steve. Doctor... Open your door. There's a couple of donuts in there. Dump. I have to refill my energy. Huh? Great, Steve. Well, cute art. Funny art. I'm confused. Well, this is one of the beasts with a halo. What was the confessional? I thought it was actually Doctor. I thought it was like Doctor, like talking through it. But I mean, they kinda implied that Monster was tracking a Doctor, but not a confessional. But how? What? Doctor can turn into a fucking confessional? That's like a new power that they revealed just now? What the fuck does that mean? Excuse me? Can Priestess do the same thing? Can all of them do that? Can Tristan do that? Was Tristan able to do this? Was Tristan able to turn into confessional as well? Running quietly, brandishing claws. Monster also said to the Doctor to open their door. So it was actual confessional back then. So it... Huh. Are you holding on? I'm fine. It's just like how you used to carry me around. That's not the time for jokes, Doctor. I'm being completely serious. The Shrine of Nurture incubates these monsters with halos in the dream. But how do they get them to invade reality? The Shrine of Nurture incubates these monsters with halos in the dream. Huh. Look at the projections on the building. Notice the strange colors around us. Wow, sharp eyes to notice all these little details while I'm dragging you at high speed. Glad you have excellent dynamic, visually acuity. Oh, they are catching up. Alright, hold on tight. Yeah. So, what strange stuff are you talking about anyway? It's not the dream collapsing, that's affecting reality. The dream is just a facade, it's already using reality itself. I'm really confused about all that. So the chaos at Lateran wasn't caused by that machine going haywire. It's the opposite. It dragged everyone into its collective dream just so it could maximize its synchronization efficiency and output a pre-programmed result. Okay, that actually kind of explains it, but I'm not like 100% on what the fuck that means. Which it could do if it was running at full power. Doctor, we have to know. What it ultimately wants Laterano to become. Monster, have you found the connection point yet? I've tried various methods ever since we came to Laterano with our lead in hand and entered the dream, but... Shakes head aggressively. The machine's operating logic is too unique. I need I need more time. ... We are already exposed in both dreamland and reality, Doctor. The city is rejecting us like a virus. So our current priority is to stay alive. And it's just a fucking confessional again. I'm so confused. Anyway, so we're taking a short break. Calamity is already here. You're certain. But you know, before we see this Calamity, well, we already kind of saw it actually. But yeah, short break, and I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hi. But there is no time to express any regrets, as you and Monster rush through illusions and reality fleeing. No, looking for a lead for the trail of your fate. Lead on the trail of your fate. This trip to Laterano has been perilous, yet the bumpy ride somewhat helps to shelve some of your concerns. Unconsciously, you have already entrusted your life to her. To Monster. Yeah, I did many times before. Why am I sideways like this? Thank you, Monster. What? Is dead. I thought that I was seeing things. Shall we go greet our mutual friend? Keep moving, Arture. Are you not worried about the doctor? Oh, I am worried. But it is not my top priority at the moment. It is the first time I have seen that woman who took the doctor away. But her appearance and combat style are familiar to me. With her, the doctor is not in imminent danger. I love you both. Also, the doctor has drawn away many of the monsters and created an opportunity for us to escape. We should leave at once and locate the Pope. Fede, I'll help you add what you just said into your mission report for Rhodes Island. I will write it myself. Okay. Nice. Okay, we're going MT6 after, which will probably be the last one for today. I'm like, I hate the fact that tomorrow I won't be like able to finish this. That's so annoying. That is so annoying. But yes, what can you do? Well, to be fair, I could just not go there, but I kind of want to see my friends, you know? I kind of want to see my friends and play some board games with them. I kind of want to. But I'm sad that I won't be able to finish the side story. Alright. Seems we have come up empty-handed. The room shows little sign of recent human activity. His usual household furniture, such as the rocking chair, coffee maker, and shooting target. Usual household furniture, shooting target, are all covered with dust. The terminal shows no communications record of abnormal messages. There is no opportunity to produce any additional evidence for now. Preliminary deduction. Pope Evangelista 11 has been missing for roughly 2 weeks. I only met His Holiness once, and already mentally prepared myself, but to know something really has happened to him. Arturia, explain. You seem to have theory as to where His Holiness has gone. Where is that? You meet again. Well, you've seen him twice then. Grandpa with the Lateran candy. Eucuria's joint trial has already concluded, with her signature on the verdict. The condemned shouldn't be having private meeting with the Pope, though. So, what is your decision? So straightforward. I imagine you'd say something like, I was just taking my post-desert walk and accidentally bumped into you. As for whether I'm willing to become a so-called saint, I believe we had the throughout discussion on the topic when I was at Rhodes Island. We certainly did. I'm quite fond of that landship myself, but our meeting was so short. I also remember that sunset, when you performed a not-so-Lateran piece. Also remember you were hoping for me to provide more evidence. Yes. You just to remember my words, child? That every light we know will one day be extinguished. It's etched into my mind. It's an interesting expression after all. That day will soon come, of course. It's just a hunch. The Pope points to his own halo. It's been sending me a lot of warnings lately, but refuses to respond to any of my questions. What does that mean? To put it another way, our glorious law is suddenly no longer interpretable. I only know how to play the cello, Your Holiness. Of course. Interpreting Holy Scriptures is the Pope's job. Trouble has popped up at work, and I have to figure out how to solve it somehow. So, what do you need me to do? Stay vigilant. I'm not sure what exactly will happen, so this is the only thing I can say. If the Holy City's light to go out, then trust in your ideal understanding, your ideal emotion, the kind of understanding, pure and honest communication, what you seek, that you seek. An alienus like you will perhaps become a panacea or a poison, but regardless, you will turn things around. It sounds as if I have no reason to refuse you. Though I'm not the only alienus Laterano has. Indeed, I was just about to contact the other saints. The other saints? More than one! So Federico and Evangelista are not the only saints, and are to react. I mean, she didn't agree to it? I don't remember it as much. I thought it was not something she, that she could decline. That was kinda... Because that's, the law, kinda, just doing that. I also don't still know what being a saint means, by the way. Well, what does it do? Though I pray we still have the time. So that is why you began suspecting your surroundings so early. Not the whole reason, Fede. By the way, I do like that they are cooperating, because I do like both of these. A lot. One's inner main team may stay the same, but it's hard for me to miss those supplementary and missing segments, all blended together so seamlessly. Sister Hildegard is a good example. What concerns me more, though, is that the incident happened before His Holiness managed to find you. The situation is too complicated. All of Laterano has fallen into an unfathomable calamity on a scale near to what we experienced in the Witch King's Pavilion. We require support. Fortunately, I have my cello with me. The cello is your support? Magister? There is no answer. Vanini walks around the workshop but fails to find her master. She spots a bottle of eye drops on the workbench, uncapped. Vanni, about time. Huh? A Arknight came by earlier and took Paganini away. Before he left, the Arknight told me to tell you to hurry over to the Curia to assist their investigation. Vanni, are you two in some sort of trouble? Either way, you'd better get to the Curia. The Arknight wasn't in the best of moods. Magister. It must be because of her NL, but no matter. She thinks her master should not get caught up in this. Wait, these are... Some bullet casings are scattered on the workbench, as if they were casually left by a careless gunsmith. Vanini puts on her gloves and begins collecting them as she usually does, but suddenly she feels as if she recognizes these casings, like they are old friends. The shells are smooth to the touch. Even the etchings have been wrapped flat. How many times have they been handled? What kind of bullet casing would receive such care, and in whose hands? Vanini takes off the gloves. She touches the casing, the metal still slightly warm. Fuck. Those mows, Lord Almighty, you scared the glasses of me. You are finally going to say something? You're already 4, you know, and a sancta your age should be speaking, with a bright halo over their head. Alright, I was hallucinating. You still can talk. I would have left this rotten place long ago if I hadn't picked you by chance. Just thinking about having to live in the same city as that damned Patrician makes me sick. How many hospitals and churches have we been to, huh? And still no one has any idea if you were just born like this, or if your lord has a problem with you. It's been 3 years. You have no halo, and neither do I. So of course I have no clue what's going on in your head. Seems like I've gotten used to my little mute here. And even I myself am growing quieter about day by day. Whatever, you haven't run off in the middle of the night, so I'll just assume you like it here. That's enough for me, considering how responsive you are. If you ever want to communicate with me, I'll have to figure out a way yourself. You'll have to figure out a way yourself. Vani, let go. Why the sudden hugging and crying and laughing? Did I flip a switch somewhere? You don't usually respond to anything I say. Are you trying to make up for all these years at once? Also, what's with the sudden light over your head? Those doctors and clerics treating you the past 3 years couldn't do a thing. But you picked the gun with that Lemuel kit, and now you're fine? Still can't speak, huh? Didn't you Sancta sprout halos from your first words? Did your halo come out early because you got impatient? Grabs her master's hand and nods vigorously. I'm no Sancta, so I don't get how you communicate with that kit through the Guardian gun, or how much it mattered to you. In any case, now I know you can understand me perfectly, so that's enough for me. Gripping her master's hand, face feathers. Okay, that hurts. If you're willing to listen, I can teach you a less violent way to communicate. Sit here and stay. Look at these bullet casings here. I'll teach you. Since when am I able to talk? I shouldn't... To little Vanini, understanding an expression were a pair of rusty doors blocking her from communicating. You lived with garrulous and eccentrically Barry for 3 years, unable to figure out when he was happy or angry, unable to express her own annoyance or adoration. She never thought a Sancta with both fiery hair and personality would blast a hole into her shield of heart without the needs of words. Later, her master pieced small blood casings together, and word by word, taught her a whole new language. Even after she finally learned some simple phrases, they still used the shells to communicate. But today, she no longer remembers what exactly she did manage to grasp the most complex of sentences, let alone how many times she nonchalantly tossed the shells left by her master into the trash. She dares not imagine his perplexed face as he wrapped the shells they used to more than a decade, wondering why his student no longer cherishes this special language from the depths of her memory. Through tearful eyes, she realizes once more what those casings mean. It's a warning. No, Magister. Oh, Vani, I just remembered something that was bothering me. When the Arknights took Paganini away, it didn't look like they were heading for the Curia. I said they were going towards the Shrine of Nurtury. Welp. Cardinal Lemwen, forgive me my tardiness. I was just sorting out the gunsmithy handover documents. There's just so much. Why are you here? Cardinal Ade Amos, have a seat. Easy now, just passing on the Curia and newest orders. What kind of orders require your presence? The Curia has decided to suspend all of Cardinal Lemon's work, and you shall serve as an acting cardinal of the 7th Tribunal until her work review is complete. What? You heard me. The 7th Tribunal was raided by unknown forces recently, and the suspect, Lemuel, who attempted to disrupt the Summit of Nations, managed to escape during the chaos. Cardinal Lemon made contact with the suspect, but released her without authorization. After further investigation, it was discovered she acted similar during the Pagus Stevanus exploration and the attack on the Shrine of Nurtury. Cardinal Lemwen has engaged in severe violation of the 7th Tribunal's Code of Conduct, as well as the law. But why me? You wouldn't have captured the suspect without the crucial evidence you provided, and perhaps the nativity would have been sabotaged. Amos, you have spent more than a decade in the 7th Tribunal, correct? 2 more months, and it will be exactly 14 years. You're the oldest factionary here, and are familiar with the 7th Tribunal's business. Does that not make you the most suitable candidate? It may have been an absence of opportunity rather than the personal lack of ability that has prevented you from playing a more important role. Be more confident in yourself, boy. Boy. Reverend Patrician, I've always felt you did not like me much. I still remember the first time Aurela and I went to visit you. It was not you, but Fiametta, who had just came home from school, welcomed us. I mean, I don't like you. Aurelia was my best student, exceptionally talented in armored combat and firearms, but she had too much of a character and an extreme way of doing things. While you, on the opposite, were too weak, and yet, these are your own choices. I'll just say this again. I wasn't home that day because my armor broke and needed fixing. Besides, if you are going to make it personal between us, you're the one who's holding a deeper grudge, right? I personally expelled Aurela from Laterano, after all. When it comes to that, only blame myself. You're right, I'm too weak, and have nothing to my name. I couldn't help Aurela diffuse her anger, even though I was right with her, and so she heard the shackled Sarkas in the Abbey, and ultimately leveled her gun at her own people. And after she made that terrible mistake, I didn't even manage to see her one last time, Reverend Rizion. I really can't do anything. Don't think of what you can still do right now. Now? The Summit of Nations is still ongoing, and the 7th Tribunal has lots of business on hand. You will be temporarily credited Cardinal, as the Curia has decided. Alright. What? Handshake review complete. You now have access to Cardinal privileges and permissions. Wait, so fast? I still haven't... Cardinal Amios. It's in the face of calamity. Laterano must strike the efficiency. So there will be no welcome tea and cake for you. With the gunite gone, Amos pulls out a chair. He opens his terminal, and his privileges have indeed already been updated, as Patrician said. Everything happened so fast. He needs some time to adjust. and he suddenly realizes something. He taps on the File Explorer and scrolls all the way down, finally arriving at his target at the bottom. He opens the documents, his finger pausing on the signature confirmation page. Aurela, I finally... Newly created Cardinus Amos sees a smile on his face reflected on the terminal screen. It is a little ridiculous, he thinks. I think my streamer bot broke. Yeah. It did. It sure did broke. Okay, let me reconnect real quick. Will it let me reconnect? Yeah. Connecting. 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 Connected. Oh, okay. Oh, who are you? Looks good. This is... it's Laterano. We're finally back. No, something's off. Those strangely colored shadows. Look at their shapes. They are projecting the shrine of nurturing. What's wrong? What's going on? Has Laterano changed? Or do we have brain damage? Watch out! Behind you! Praying. A creature with a halo? What? There's more and more of them. Wait, stay back. I don't need an extra halo on me. Nice shot. They don't dodge bullets. We should be fine. Why'd you look so dazed? Let's clear a way out. What's wrong? Will she fall now? Yeah. You're fallen? Our awakenings may have influenced others to wake up as well. And there are also more of those halo-sporting creatures. Those creatures dragged the awakened into the strangely colored projections, and then vanished together. They did not even manage to retaliate, and the Sancta who shoot at those creatures have fallen. But I'm afraid my joke from before was no joke at all. These things are considered Sancta, and thus are people. How strange and chaotic their hearts sound. What should I have listened for when within the mess? What should I share with them? They can't feel our emotions either, and are anxious over it. They desperately want to share theirs, but they can only resort to brute force. Like an infant yet to grow a halo, no matter what they want to express, they can only cry and grab at their parents' sleeves. Yes, they are our people, just too immature. Immature but powerful. The law grants an infant a halo when it speaks its first words, because language represents rationality's awakening. And rationality refers to Sancta finally gaining the capacity to be conscientious of both their people and the law. Why would the law deem a pack of non-sentient creatures as Sancta, and also compel them to use brute force to intervene in their people's fates? Anomalies only continue to multiply. Currently, the only individual we may cooperate with is the Doctor. Being present already, the Doctor must know something about the current situation. Arturia, are you certain the Doctor remembers the sound of your strings? The Doctor was almost present at every of my few performances on Rhodes Island. A pity the Doctor was never my intended audience. But I ought to be glad the Doctor seemed to have been listening carefully every single time. Only your first sentence contained actual information, Arturo. Haha, sure. Well then, Fede, I will guide the doctor with my cello. Sudden notification beep interrupts the two. Here and now, of all times. Federico checks his communicator. Hello, can you hear me? Aurela, former citizen ID LC00734558. A group of Aeri Sancta and war refugees. Sir, currently north of Lateran City, 3 kilometers out. Requesting permission to enter the city. Welp. Interesting. Well, fuck. No, as I said before, I do kind of love this one. Oh my god, I do. Like, as I said before, again, I like saying what I said before. I think I have some sort of bias for sure for this one. I still think it's great, though. I think it's kind of fucking amazing. Like, I don't know if... I think it might be... I shouldn't be rating it before I finished. I'm guessing it will get better and not worse. Just like a little guess. But, yeah. Tomorrow, we won't be actually continuing this, Sage. Instead, what we will be doing is...
Good day, Doctor.
Probably trials. Alright. Daily refresh. So let's quickly do that, maybe. I can, yeah, maybe, while doing that a little bit.
Is my previous dormitory still left for me?
So what we will be doing tomorrow is probably trials for Navigator.
I can sleep anywhere. I'm checking on the medical supplies here.
Damn, no one sent me 5. Well, oh, actually, make exchanges in still. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm like still not completely sure I followed, but I don't know how clear it's supposed to be at this point. I just hope that I will understand it when I end, you know? That's kind of important. Yeah, understand when I actually finish. But yeah, like, it's a really cool one. I still am wondering what Patia is doing there, actually. Like, I'm pretty sure it's her silhouette, but we haven't seen her yet. But yeah, there's just so many characters I really like in the Laterano storyline. Now with Exo as well, obviously. Would have guessed. Someone who plays Penguin Logistics team likes Exo. Shocker. Pork found in the kitchen. But yeah, I do find this interesting. It's also like, again, kind of... It's kind of a huge lore-wise for the whole world as well, you know? And I think this game does like a fucking amazing job at making the like small, quote, small events like very impactful still. Even though you then, like, even though you know that there's some fucking, like, massive things in the world, like, you know, which obviously, like, I don't know, priestess. But then you get, like, this is not the case for Master's Travels, you know, I'm just making an example. But, like, you get some side story that's, like, about something, like, different, just like so much smaller in comparison, but it still makes it so impactful because it is impactful. That's like, you know, that's like the whole fucking point that they did make a civilization and that matters despite like whatever priestess is doing. I just solved Arknights, I think. I think that was actually literally one of the questions in the linchpin. Now that I think about it.
Doctor, when are we heading out on our next mission?
But yeah, that basically. However, the fucking big word lore is really fucking interesting. And the like whatever is happening there with the Sancta, with the law specifically, I guess. It's really fucking cool. And there's like, okay, as I said, I obviously like a lot of the like Exu because Penguin Logistics, but I like everyone. Like, I love Federico and Arturia. Those are really good characters. I like so many characters in this game, but there are definitely like few that I have at my top. And Federico and Arturia are definitely two of those. As I said, I kind of love that they are cooperating. I find that really nice. Really fun. And then obviously, you know, Fia. I love Fia. I kind of dislike her grandpa. Well, I'm not sure if I... He feels kinda like a dumbass. He's kinda stupid and sucks. You know? Like, he's kinda stupid and he sucks. But yeah. Let's go maybe raid Lyra. Yes, let's do that. Lyra's prevailing, Zwillingstrom im Herbst. And tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll start normally. And we'll probably be playing Trials, but only for like, I think 3 hours. Actually, like 2 hours. Only like 2 hours, I think. Because I'm going to visit a friend, and we're gonna play some board games. But on Sunday, we'll be finishing Massa's Travels. And I'm really excited for that. What can I say? I do love it. But yeah. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. And bye!